Hello, it's another coworking stream here on rwxrob.tv. And just a regular disclaimer, coworking means it's messy. And go ahead and pause and read that if you want to know what to expect. Pretty standard disclaimer. I need to put that at the beginning of every video in case somebody just wanders into this video and thinks they're going to get this nice, pretty content. We are doing some cleanup tasks today with the kubectl-login. There's a couple of things that we missed, so we're going to actually go through the process of creating a PR. Sorry for the extra noise here. I am kind of at work at the same time. And I just released the binaries internally for our customized version of this, of course, and it's all good. But we did notice a couple of things that have to be added. So what are those things that need to be added? Well, the first one was, and I'm going to go ahead and add an issue for this. Let's see if we don't have any other issues. Create better package name for stuff internal. Okay, we did that. Remove dashboard reminder since always have did that. Prompts the user when implied from current context. Okay, we closed all of those issues. So we can close those. Close 3. Close 2. We closed those in the last release. Close 1. We do have a couple of new issues that we need to talk about. The first one is we need to add delete all of previous user auth info. Currently, if other user auth info is left over from another configuration, it is not cleaned out. And I'm going to show you how to do that. We're going to simulate that. I don't use my Z shell. No, I don't like Z shell. I'm using bash, which is the standard shell on everything except for Mac and Kali Linux, which, I don't know, it's also much more powerful and safer shell to use than Z shell. If you want to know more about why I believe that, tune into the boost or go watch any number of videos that I've done about it. Go search them. So, okay. So we have our auth info is not getting updated. We need to have another issue. Don't include client secret in REST query unless set. So that's another quick little thing. So we're going to make a new branch for this. And one of the reasons I'm streaming this is so I can get good with this and so you guys can understand how to make a new PR and all that jazz. I locked down the main branch on purpose so that I would force myself to go through this process, which would enables multi-user development much better. So we're going to do a new branch, get checkout-b rxrob slash let's say 7. Can I put a comment in the name, I wonder? That'd be cool, huh? I don't know. Let's see if that works. It does. Nice. So that tells us those are the issues that I'm working on. And I can go ahead and push this branch so people can monitor it right away if I wanted. But I really don't need to until there's something there to look at. So let's fix that stuff. Nothing in the README needs to change. So the first thing we need to do is test some changes here. So if I go to my .kubeconfig, you can see there's my token. This is localized. Nobody need to worry. You see the token there? Well, if I were to have, let's simulate this. Name dev user. I mean, like if we did let's actually add an OIDC user using the command line. So kconfig set credentials and there's a bunch of them. So if we were to do this method, which we're not, we used to, auth provider equals HPS rx.gg colon 8443 realms dev, we'll say realms dev, and auth provider args. We don't have any of those right now. I mean, we could. Okay, so that's yeah. Auth provider dot arg equals scope equals OIDC. I don't know. OpenID. I don't even know if this is the way to put it, but we just need to put something here. Oopsie. Arguments for the auth provider. Why isn't this supported? That's weird. Auth provider args kubectl. Let me get an example of this and see how it goes. I'm using Groovebox. That was the question you asked. But it's not a theme for OMZ Shell. I would never use OMZ Shell. It's just a terminal theme. Actually, that Terraform thing might be interesting. Oh, JavaScript only, because Terraform thinks you have to have JavaScript to read their documentation. What idiots. God, you know, I gotta tell you, my faith in HashiCorp has been seriously tanked this last year. I used to be a huge HashiCorp fanboy. Wanted to, like, you know, bow down to them and maybe work for them someday. But the shit that they did with the recent Vagrant, the shit they did with Terraform HCL, and this shit with, like, their documentation site requiring JavaScript, yeah, I'm being kind of kind of taken down on my notch in that. My worshipness of HashiCorp is seriously waned. Yeah. I don't know, maybe I need to look at Nomad more. And Vault, too. Keycloak is way better than Vault. There, I said it. It's also used by more people. And it's in Java, and I hate Java, but it doesn't matter. It's better. It's got a better user interface, like way better. So, my love of HashiCorp has been tainted. I'm just going to say it. Maybe that'll change. Create cluster role. No, don't want that. Don't want that. I don't want cluster bindings. I don't need any of that. I'm just trying to look for a sample of OIDC provider. Args. Auth provider. This has got... Oh, that's set credentials. Actual documentation for set credentials, which is not going to help because it's not going to have any examples. It's one of the things I don't like about the documentation for Kubernetes stuff is it doesn't have a lot of examples. It looks like it. Nope, that's not it. Nope, no examples. It's a basic. Oh, there we go. Yay! Someone puts their password on their history. What a great thing to recommend people do. Auth provider OIDC, auth provider arg. There we go. Client ID. Oh, so you can just have as many as you want. Okay, I see. Well, that wasn't completely obvious. That was not obvious. What the hell? Why does it have to have... Oh, wait. No. Auth provider, set credentials. Let's go with claim plan options. Unexpected args. All right. Well, what's one that we know? Client secret. I thought you could provide that straight up. Oh, no, never mind. Nope. Oh, well, that's cool that it checks it. That's cool. I thought it was just like random. Woo. Nope. Auth provider equals HTTPS. Blah, 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 blah. That's actually the provider URL. Oh. Oh, wait. We need to put a name. Ugh. I feel so dumb. I feel dumb. There we go. So, .kubeconfig. Here we have the token for dev is now there. See that? See all that auth provider junk? Watch what happens. That auth provider junk is not needed for the type of authentication we're doing. So we're going to do k-login dev. Now, this is the problem. You see what it does? It added a token, but it still has all the auth provider stuff left over in it. And that stuff is not needed nor wanted. So we need to get rid of that. What OS am I working with? Sounds like you're new. Welcome. And I am Ubuntu and Red Hat. Ubuntu for containers. Ubuntu, Alpine, and Red Hat. Those are the Linuxes that I use. Because that's what the industry uses. All right, so let's go to... Let's say, okay, so now we need to fix that, right? And the way to fix that is pretty simple, actually. We just need to do a delete of that reserved context that we've already staked claim on. So it's not like, you know, we're deleting anything that might be somebody else's data or something. So the change to fix that is pretty simple. We just need to call a delete here instead. We need to call delete user context.user, and then that will clear out the user, and so the only value in the user will be the token. So we'll go install. Oh, damn it. Go work in it. It's doing that because it can't pull in my other stuff. I could do go get, but I don't want to do that. Go work used up. All right, so there we go. K-login dev. Password. It already knows my username because I'm already in there. So I'll just type that in really quick. And it updates my dev. And you'll see here it said deleted user dev from blah. And then it said user dev set. So that's the extra thing that it's doing right now. You know what I really hate is how they can't get consistent output messages. This is shit like that makes me really angry. It's, you know, no style guidelines whatsoever on the kubectl project. I'm telling you, it is a disaster. It is. The kubectl project is a disaster. The whole thing needs to be reworked. I swear to God, it's a disaster. If you even look at the source code, I can rant about that all the time. It's just another annoyance that added to the list of like shit that kubectl does wrong. Anyway, so I mean, I guess I could stop complaining and just go make commits to that, but then it looks like I'm actually supporting the kubectl project. I would rather seriously rewrite the whole fucking thing from scratch. You know what? If it weren't for the fact that they've codified the support for the config object inside of the Kubernetes project itself as a Kubernetes resource, and that all these people have broken kubeconfig files. There's like, everybody's got a broken kubeconfig file because they have named contexts and they have named everything. You can't do it. You seriously, you would break everything that exists if you try to redo kubectl. It's really sad. Anyway, no wonder nobody wants to be working on it. They don't. They really don't. Issues. What are our issues? So, delete all the previous auth info. Just did that. Don't include client secret. This is a tiny little fix. So, in the internal package, in internal kubeconf, no, auth, when we request authentication from the OIDC resource owner password flow, we are passing off a client secret. But sometimes the secret can be empty, so we don't want to do that if there's not. It's kind of an. It's no problem. It'll still work, but it's not particularly accurate. So if we say if csec equals blank, does not equal blank, does not equal blank, then go ahead and do this. So we don't want to put that in there unless we need it. And if I remember right, there's a couple other documentation fixes that I need to make. So let's go ahead and make those. Internal run exec checks the first argument and runs it with goes exec system command exiting in a way that is supported across all architectures. Set that out, connect directly. Sometimes this is insufficient. Using specific is needed. Then we don't need that. All right. Out returns the standard output of the execute command as a string. Errors are logged but not returned. Out quiet returns standard output of the execute command as a string without logging any errors. Always returns a string even if empty. All right, those are all good. Hey, how you doing, T-Bird 2? All right. What else we got? So I gotta go through my code one more time just to make sure I got all the documentation right. So rec OIDC pass grants authentication suitable for cost for flow. I think I just read that already. Don't need to mess with the scopes. We already fixed that. Got our return values. Next, internal clusters. Oh, right. Clusters.go. Warning, this file may be auto-generated containing specific blah, blah, blah. We're embedding CRTs there. PEM files. We have a deprecated structure here. This one is no longer supported. Let's get rid of that. Alrighty, that's all good. I think we're almost done to make this commit. And we'll be moving on to other stuff. This is the context. Context represents Kubernetes context found in the output. Get contexts. How come, is this, how do you spell unmarshal? Unmarshal. Marshalling has two L's apparently. It does. I did not know this. Marshalling. It still doesn't know it though. Fine. This is incompatible with the content of kubeconfig. Yes. JSON outputs context as JSON. No blah blah blah. Errors during unmarshalling are logged. And no returns. I need to fix my spelling dictionary. Current context name returns only blah. That's all good. Name's all good there. Context if returns blah 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 blah. JSON path. Yep. Fix the bug in Kubernetes. God, that was annoying. That was really annoying. Oh, I know what let's do. Let's turn off the tests here. These tests are specific to my environment, so I forgot to disable them. they would throw errors if somebody ran like go test or something. So actually, let's do that. Git commit m disable localize tests. Okay. Add main git diff main no. Oh, whoops. That go. Run exec. Okay, so git commit main dot m. I mean, this is kind of a point release, so fix. So what are we doing? We're fully delete user before adding. And then what? Git status. We changed some other stuff. Some documentation. Actually, no. Internal run. Wait. The rest of this is mostly documentation. Git status. Add -p. Client secret. Yes. Quit. So git commit -m fix don't add, only add secret to auth if set. Git add -p. Yes. No. Yes. 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 Git commit. Git add -p. Yes. Git commit Hashem. Sure. Move deprecated. Oh, we should be clean. All right, that's it. That's the only work I needed to do. Oh, let's add a build script, shall we? Let's add a build script. I forgot to add that. So, issue add build script. Metadata. What should we do for metadata? Should we call it a feature? It's an enhancement. It's an enhancement. All right, so let's do that now. Make a build script. Add this. Whoops. We're going to make a dist directory. Standard build procedures, right? No fucking makefile. Unnecessary completely. I have a big thing against people who use makefiles without needing them. It drives me nuts. All right, so what are we trying to do here? We're trying to build. We want to end up with a dist directory that has all of our target distribution files in it. I can't. I'm co-working right now. Maybe during a break, can go ahead and ask your question. There's other people here. So I don't tend to do help unless it's like a one-line question, though. I just don't have time. We can maybe ask in Discord, though. So what are the dists that we want to do? Go dist list. Go dist. What is it? Go dist something. What is it? Is it not go dist? Wait, what? What's that? What the hell? Why isn't it doing completion? Go help. Go. What's it called? It's in my bonsai project. Let me just go look. Oh no, it's in my Z project. Yes. Damn it. Overrate gh repo clone z. What program language? This is Go and terminal stuff. Bash and Go. Yep. Yep. Bombadita. Build. Here's my building tool. You don't really need that though. You don't. I made a build tool for this and I don't really need it. Yeah. See, we have YQ, AFK. We could do tab, build help. The build command does blah blah blah. We're gonna write a script that does this. All right, this is I made this into a Z command bonsai branch, but honestly, it's a super easy shell script to write. All right, so we're gonna write a shell script. So what I was trying to show you is all the different distros, and I can't remember how to list those. Give me a second here. Give me a second. I have to pause. I have a question from work. I have to. Okay, we have another request from my end users. We're gonna go ahead and put this in too. I'm gonna go capture this issue right away. Issue too verbose. Perhaps just context as output. The output messages are a little annoying and inconsistent and grammatically wrong. Perhaps just calling kubectl context is more like what is more useful to the most users. All right, so we're going to add that too. And programming journey, nice. Well, actually, make sure you check out the boost. If you're new to tech and you want to get started right, go to skillstack.io and click on Welcome to the Beginner Boost and decide if you want to do that. If you want to join us on Saturdays at 11, it's all about beginners. And there's lots of ways to get into tech. One of them is to become a developer first and then do the operation stuff. Another one is to learn the Linux terminal skills first and then do the development stuff after that, or both simultaneously. So, good little plug there. We have somebody new in the chat, just in case YouTube is wondering why. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna clean out. Actually, let me just do something here. Issue 9. Let's do body. Also, the delete message could alarm some users when, even though it is expected behavior. Submit. Yes. Yep. And all right, so let's go ahead and do those last changes. Let's finish the build script, shall we? What I was trying to show you is what targets we're going to build for. We are not going to build for everything. We could, but we're not. So we need to get the supported distributions. Go tools, I think it is. Dist list. There we go. So there is all of the dists. We can actually dump all those dists inside of an array. Yeah, we could do this. We could say go tool dist list. Bang, bang, bash. Get them all. And actually, let's do this. Let's grep out. Let's grep dash e the ones that we want. So we want Windows or Darwin or Linux, right? And then we want to take out anything that's not AMD 64 or ARM. So grep dash v AMD, if it's, wait, yeah, AMD and AMD 64 or ARM 64. That's all we want. Bang, bang, bash. Boom. Oh, it didn't work. What did we do wrong? Do I need a dash E here? Oh, you know what? I might have to, because it's got pipes in it, I might have to actually, this might actually work because of the pipes. Oh, it worked. Look at that. All right, I'm going to do that again. That's how you should be using VI, by the way. And I just use shell. Anybody that needs a plugin to do that shit when you can just write shell code in your VI and then translate it into whatever you need, that's how you should use VI. You shouldn't be downloading all this stupid ass Lua plugins. Bash. Boom. I got my list. All right. Now what? Now I want to make an array. So we're using POSIX because we don't need bash here. So we'll make a nice pretty array using POSIX syntax, POSIX shell, and then what? Do we want Linux ARM? Probably not. Do we want Linux ARM? Thermal Linux and Windows. I guess we could. It doesn't hurt. All right. So then we need to get one of these, right? So we're going to need to make, so the way Go works, this is kind of cool actually, is it has an environment variable, goose, and that is the, the operating system, right? So if you export, now most people will do this. So let me just show you from the command line. So from the command line, most people will do this. They'll do goose equals Windows, go arch equals AMD. Actually, we could do ARM 64, and then we do go build. This is kind of cool. I want to show you this. So this is one of the #1 reasons that Go destroys Perl for systems programming, because you can actually cross-compile an executable that will only run on Windows on a Linux machine. If in the old days, interpreted languages were popular because you could write the code, and then as long as the interpreter was installed wherever you wanted to put it. But the problem is you had to install the interpreter there, which didn't leave you many choices. That meant you either had to use something that was already there, like some, and even awk was not consistent across all versions of Unix. Or even, and generally it was like not even across all Unix DOM and Linux DOM could you get the right thing, right? You have to install those interpreters. So in the modern era, and I know this because for IBM I wrote endpoint agents that had to run on literally 52,000 machines, and of all types, Windows, Linux, and everything, and Unix, AIX, everything. And in order to do that, I used something at the time called Indigo Perl, which would create this really bastardized Perl executable that would run anywhere. It would run on anything. And really what it was the Perl interpreter bundled together with all of its stuff. Python virtual environments or Python compiled things, they do the same thing. They stuff the interpreter in this, it's basically a tarball. And in fact, I'm not even kidding. The Indigo Perl stuff was literally a tarball. In fact, we found that out the hard way. It would, when you ran it, it would untar itself to a temporary directory with all of the packages and everything that had been bundled with it, that it pulls down its dependencies into it. And then it would execute the Perl interpreter pointing at that place, and it would grab that one thing, and then it would delete the entire thing. Every time it executed. Think about that for a second. So yeah. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. There's more requests coming in. So the bottom line is this: cross compilation in 2023 is one of the greatest advantages for systems programming, particularly when generating an agent. In the age of Ansible and SSH is the agent kind of thing, it's not as important as it used to be. You just have to make sure SSH is on everything. But still, having the ability to write something in one language and cross-compile it on the same host for every target operating system and have the binaries not even be able to be run on that system is a huge thing. And if you're a beginner, you don't realize how big that huge thing is. I encourage you to talk to some veteran about what a big deal that is. Rust does it, Go does it, all the modern LLVM languages, Crystal, Julia, Moby, Nim, they all compile to a target operating system. And the way they get away with doing that is they do static linking internally. So they don't, this is why you never, ever, 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 ever want Seago. Because if you want Seago, you just don't want Seago. You don't want Seago. Seago makes you dependent on having that specific thing. You'd have to have an entire compilation build environment with one of each of those architectures in order to do your build if you wanted to support that. So you should not use Seago unless you really, really, really need it. And sometimes people do, but usually no. All right, so back to what I was doing. This stuff, that was just informational. I didn't really need to go into that just to do the thing. So we want to build for each of these OSs, right? And so this is the GOS, the goose, I guess, right? And we're going to be putting something here, right? And we need to export the Go Arch, right? And we need to do it for each one. So let's loop through our list. For dist in, and this is how you loop through an array in Bash, or in Shell, actually. Did you know that parameterized expansion is supported in Shell? A lot of people don't know this. I had to test it. I was really shocked. I did not know this all this time. I would have used it so long ago. So we want the dist, but we don't want the whole dist, right? We don't want the whole item. We want just the stuff. In this case, we want the stuff up to the slash. So let's chomp everything from the slash to the end. And in this case, let's do the opposite. Let's chomp everything up to the slash, right? So we can actually test this right now. I can just, actually no, let's make a name. So let's make the name. The name equals kubectl-plugin _ GOS because we have to put the brackets because it's an underscore, which would otherwise match. It's a good practice to do that anyway. There. Now let's just echo building name, and down here we'll put done, echo done. All right, so we're obviously not building right now. We're going to do that. So we can run this. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. What did I do wrong? Boop, boop, ba-doo, boop, ba-doo, doop, ba-doo, boop, ba-doo, boop, ba-doo, boop, ba-doo. Line 3. I should be fine. Why isn't that happy? Why is that not happy? I don't know. Let's ask shell check. Shell check is the answer. Oh, arrays are undefined in POSIX? Since when? I didn't know that. Well, then. Yep. I did not know that. Well, since let's be more explicit about it. Declare dash a. Is it declare? Yeah, you don't have to declare them, but that's kind of nice. We could do associative arrays too here. I think I knew that. Like, obviously, I didn't know them. I thought they were. Shell check to the rescue. All right, so there's all the stuff it's going to build, right? So we need to build it now. So go build, right? And actually, let's make a directory. Make dir dist. I don't want it to bark if it doesn't exist, so I'm gonna shut it up. And then, because it's it's already there. Actually, let's remove the other one. arm-rf. Dist. We also tell that to shut up. That's a safe. It doesn't look safe, but it is because it's only going to remove it if there's a dist directory. And then what? And then we're going to build into it. We're going to build some output. We're going to build dist /name. And we do have a problem though. So there's one small problem. I'm just going to jump right in. So when you have Windows, the go build automatically adds .exe, which is required. And in order to maintain this approach, we have to add it back. So we have to say, if Gus equals, you could use single or double. I always use double because there's double bracket. Windows, then rename it. Name equals name.exe. And I mean, if you want it to be cleaner, you can do this. Shell check will bark if I don't put it in quotes, so put it in quotes. So that is the way to do it. And that'll build them all and we'll be done. You ready? .build. I have an alias or a thing that'll do it for that. Building plugin for Darwin for AMD6. Now, the reason it takes a while, if you do the first time you do this, if you've never built for that target OS, it has to download all the static all the libraries so that it can statically link them in for that target OS. So, and it only happens on the first time, by the way. Relative path in your rm.dist just makes me nervous. This can't be executed anywhere but here, so that's totally fine. It's totally fine. We still have to remove a directory. How else do you want to remove the directory? I can't put / in front of it. You should know better than to. I mean, that's totally fine. RM-RF makes people nervous. It's unfortunate. I mean, I could try to remove everything in the directory, but that's just like a waste of time. Sometimes you have to destroy things to build things. Yeah. If this was a variable, hell yeah, I'd be terrified. But no, this is gonna remove the dist directory in the current thing, and it's gonna say I already have one. Do you want to reset it? Right. So, yeah, Makefiles would do that without even people would not bat an eye at it, but because I put in RM-RF, oh my god. All right. So anyway, now we have a distributed thing, and we have a problem though because it didn't do something right. It didn't do something right. It what did it do? Oh. I feel so stupid. This goes up here. It removes the directory every time. That was dumb. But it's not dangerous. It was just dumb. All right, here we go. It'll go faster now, though, because it's already got those things downloaded, like I said. So, yep. There you go. So there's all your distros. Now, if you actually want to add those, you can do GHPR, not PR, release add. You can create a release, and you can actually publish the files directly to your release from the command line. But I'm not doing that because this is just for me. So people will want the build script to build their own, and because it's designed to be a template. Change following to your target distributions. Yeah, I could probably make a GH script to add a release, but we're good. So there we go. Git add, build, git commit. Is that a feature? I don't know if it's a feature or a chore. Add build script. Yep. We should add yeah, all right. So next issues to verbose add build script. We did that. Perhaps just context as output. Let's go do that. That's a really easy one. So instead, we're going to silence everything. And the way we're going to do that is call out. Instead of calling exec, I just have to call out. I just have to call out, which will throw away the returning stuff without printing them. Yep, I already have code for this, so I can just shut everything up. I have, yep. I can call out. Out. All right, so, and then down here, out. That should actually be enough. Go install login password. So that doesn't produce any output. Now, if it actually had an error, though, it would generate the error. So let's try that. So if we did klogin and I type a bogus password, it's like unauthorized denied. And that's good. We want that, right? Do we want the timestamp? Maybe not, right? So we can actually change the timestamp by So, I mean, I don't imagine people would be calling this from something else, but um, I don't know. Should we have the timestamp? No, let's get rid of the timestamp. So, issue drop time stamps in error output. Okay, so how do we do that? Yeah, let's go ahead and the current working directory. No, people used to write full path names for things, but it's not. No. If somebody is calling that build script from some other place with a full path, and they're in that path, that is a huge fail. That is a huge fail. That is a bigger fail than yeah. Seriously, that is like, I can't even put into words how big a fail that is. That if anybody does that and they blow away something that happens to be just in their current directory, they deserve what they get, because that's totally stupid. You should never ever do that. There are so many reasons that that is wrong that I can't even begin to state it. So yeah, it's just not. I mean, God, we could do. You can't even do PWD. You can't even do PWD. You'd have to do, to do this, you would have, in order to preserve this disk from not being, what you want, what are you going to do? There's literally no way to fix this. There's no way to fix this. You would have to hard code the full path to this directory, which you obviously can't do, and you can't do a PWD, right? The safest thing you could do is ask up front. You could say, I'm going to create a disk directory at this location. Is that what you want? But then if you do that, if you're screwed anyway if you're trying to do it from some other location, because you're probably trying to run something non-interactively. And you don't want to throw it. No, just no. Yeah, no. That's no. All right, I'm done. You can't do it. You cannot do it. Tell me tell me how to get rid of this safely. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. Let's say I'm running this from another project directory, and for some stupid ass reason, I am doing ... some other project / build. We would have to look up the path of the executable itself and get the relative path relative to the program. No, you would have to. That's the only way to do it, and you can do that. You'd have to look for, but say then you're looking at $0. Now you're trusting $0 argument parameters to be correct and to not be something else that then subsequently executed that program. So now you're trying to trust the running executable path that is the first argument, $0. And that would be the way to do it, right? So if you were going to try to do this, let me try this. Let's try this. All right, let's do this. This is a good thing to talk about. So, I'll put an exit here so we don't finish up. I'll put an exit here. If we could say this, we could say, dir equals, and you could try this, right? First of all, you'd say the directory equals $0, right? So $0 is the name of the executable. All right, so let's try it. So just run this build. Let's do a split here really quick. let's do this. Let's do entr --c clear builds. All right, so this is going to run it every time anything changes. So let's do this. Let's say echo $. So this is going to get you the thing, right? And you could kind of infer the path from that. So what we could do here is we could say you could do dir, and you could chop it off, right? The problem is that you may actually not have a path at all. So let's try that. So that would be, you would chop off the last thing. So we would chop off the last thing up to a slash, right? And that's going to give us /. And that's the same as base name. Base name is an executable that you would have to execute. But yeah, you could do base name. This only works if, let's try this versus base name. Let's see what happens. I mean, because I think you actually don't want base name. You want dir name, right? Dir name. Yeah, pretty sure you want dir name. Yeah. Dir name is it's the same thing, right? So actually let's execute this from different places. So if I do this, if I go to slash, let's go to /temp, and I do whatever it was that where was I, by the way? Got to put that in my full path. And I'm in /temp, and I paste this /build. All right, so both of them should be file name only unless the calling command contains a slash. So $, shouldn't have your directory. Well, it does. So, but I mean, I hope you understand how much more dangerous this is to try to depend on a reliable path. Because if you get it wrong, like Gray Matter just said, if you get it wrong and that variable ends up empty, then you have to do some shit like this. You have to do something like, and people won't, right? So this is why I think it's dangerous. I think it's just better to be explicit and say this script should be run from this thing and assume so. And here's why. Because the chances of somebody running it from some other directory are very, very low. That's like really bad practice, right? And number two, if they actually did do that, the only thing that would be affected would be some directory named dist in that exact same location. And that is bad. I mean, it's potentially bad. Maybe you have another dist directory in some other project. That's probably temporary. It probably could be destroyed at any moment. But let's still say it's not. Let's say that you named a directory dist that's not ephemeral, which is bad practice number 2. Okay. And then bad practice number 3 is that you're trusting dir name and base name, or what dir name and the equivalent in bash to get the directory name. Now, if either of those fail, you now have an empty variable that you also have to remember to check for, because if that variable is empty, unfortunately, it's like just slash on accident, then you're rm-rfing slash and not dist. So I am happy with the risk. I am way, way happy with the risk. For engineers to say, good engineers try very hard to not allow users to mistake and destroy data. Yeah, but how many times have I seen engineers try to keep users from destroying data and then end up making it worse? So if you do this wrong, I'm not even kidding. If you do this wrong, it makes me more nervous to have a variable here. Some dir, right? That makes me more worried, because if that variable gets written wrong, and slash is protected, but still, So, I mean, if you're going to do this, then you should always do this, probably. If you want to do this well, you should say, and You should actually say -d sumdir, but even that is like dubious. I don't know. Sumdir man test file exists and is a directory. I mean, that's but the reason that I'm kind of loud right now is because nobody does this. The people that know enough to kind of like examine $0 to try to get the base name of the current application and make the path relative, which is a valid attempt, they never do this. They never do this, and then they get it wrong. You could make a clean script, be a param, build clean directories. Or we could just let them rm-rf the dist directory on their own. By the time we add all this stuff, it's like so convoluted, You start scripting in PowerShell and we're looking for equivalent of PS script root. I wish there was a script root, of course not. There's not. There's no such thing. I mean, this is the closest thing, and I don't, you know what? I don't think this is bad. Let's do this. Let's make this into a function. Let's make it into a function. Let's say script root, or, I mean, you like that, right? Script root. You like script root? Let's do that. I mean, I hear your concern. I don't want you to feel like I'm attacking you, but let's do this. So script root. What is script root? So we could do it either with dir name. I have a feeling dir name is POSIX, but I'm not sure. Real path. I don't think real path is POSIX. $0 is not necessarily enough and is dangerous in and of itself. I agree. $0 can be changed, right? $0. I used to use $0 to give status of running programs by changing it dynamically while the program was running. So $0 is not dependable. And I just don't like it. I am curious to see though what people come up with. We've had a lot of really good ideas. Like, for example, I have not used real path in production. I want to make sure I know if that's POSIX or not. Print the resolvable absolute file name, all but the last component must exist. Interesting. It's a GNU util. I've never seen this in POSIX ever. Does it exist? Is this a POSIX thing? Real path is POSIX. Nice. I have never used it. Once another added to the list of Unix things that I didn't know. Online pubs. Nice. Nice. Well, let's see if we can make this happen. If we can make this happen. I mean, but aren't we still assuming some things about $0? Aren't we still assuming things about $0, my friends? So like if we do, what I want to know is, can I do this? Can I just do real path $0? I assume that's going to be the right answer. I assume this is going to be the right answer. $0 is well defined by POSIX, but it does not mean that it can't be changed. The chances of it being changed are really, 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 really low, but they're not zero. You can change $0 in a running application. So, do I need to prove that? Maybe I need to prove that. Maybe I got it wrong. I've changed $0 in running applications before, but I don't know if that equates to the POSIX equivalent of $0. So it's possible that you can't set $0 in shell. I suspect that that's what's going on. That actually is that. I'm glad you guys are keeping me honest here. I suspect you cannot change $0 in POSIX shell or bash. You can change $0 in Perl, in Python, in Ruby, and every other programming language. But I suspect that in Bash and POSIX, there's no way to change it. I think you might be onto something. I think real path $0 might be the standard way to get a safe relative path to the binary in shell only. And that's why I'm like pausing so heavily here, because I'm unaware of any way to actually set the special variables from shell, period. I've never done it. You can't change $1 or $2. Those are reserved, protected. If that's true, then yeah, this is 100% valid, and I'll start doing it from now on. Because that is a much safer way to do it. If you're guaranteed, I mean, what if real path's not on the system? Right? I mean, I assume it is. I don't know. Let's go see if BusyBox has real path. I doubt it does. You see what I'm saying? I'm betting BusyBox does not have real path. I hope I'm wrong. Let's try. Podman, it dash run. This is the smallest Linux Unix operating system in existence. Or container, I should say. Run BusyBox. What are you talking about? Podman's not. Oh. Podman. BusyBox. BusyBox is slightly smaller than Alpine. Damn, it's included. Then that must mean it's really, really POSIX. It must have been around forever. Yep. All right, let's test this. This is a really like bare bones system. Now it is a GNU system app though. To be fair, this is a GNU system, so it's Linux, so it's not. That doesn't mean it's POSIX. We'd have to test it on AX or something. No, I had Alpine. You have to do dir equals dir name. You have to do dir name and real path. Yeah, well, you have to get the dir name to chop off the other part. Actually, you don't have to do that in Bash, though. I'm about to test that. So let me check something. So dir equals. We're gonna do this in if this works in BusyBox, we're good, right? Because it's got actually. No, let's do this. Let's say temp foo bin sh, and we're gonna say dir. We're gonna start out with a directory. I don't want to use dir name because I don't want to use subshells if I can get away with it. I want to use parameter expansion instead. So we're going to do dir equals real path to $0. Echo dir. Obviously, this is not done yet. Just, you know. Plus x temp foo. I hate that it doesn't have support set-o. Makes me so mad. Temp foo. All right, so now let's do. I want to do parameter expansion. So dir equals dir, and we're going to chop everything up to the slash off. There we go. So that's so that should be fine. The double quotes are they're just using double quoted syntax. And by the way, each dollar parentheses gets its own double quoted thing, so you can have nested double quotes. That's what's going on there. It seems a little bit weird, but you can actually do that. So the proper way would be to do this, because you could technically have a name in your real path, and that would ruin your day, right? That is 100% supported. So, and that saved yourself the dir name. Dir name is just a seek program that does the same thing as real path. I mean, that does the same thing as this. it just chops everything off the end up to the slash. Actually, no, it doesn't. It does more than that. It's safer. Their name is safer. I spoke too soon. Because if you have a path that does not have a slash in it, it won't fix it. Let me show you. So like if I ran, yeah, this is not going to work. Oh my God. I'm so glad I saw that. Dir name is the only way to do it. I'm going to prove that right now. So like if you go into /temp and you run foo /foo, you'd have to put path in the current directory. Export path equals. Just don't ever do this, by the way. It's super dangerous, but don't do it. That's what I'm trying to show you. See that? That is no, that works. Why does that work? Why does that work? That should not be working. Oh, because wait. Oh, because it's the real path. It actually blows it up. Okay. Real path covers us. That's why I was messing it up. Yeah, because $0 by itself would not be enough. Right. Check it. If that's wow. Okay, I'm learning lots here. So this is normally what I might have done, right? I would do $0 and then I would have tried to and that was the source of my main frustration with this suggestion, is that $0 is not safe. Mostly because it's not a full path. It could be dot, it could be here, it could be here. Can I have slash in it? It could be whatever, right? I'm about to show you why this method would fail. Well, let's see, that method still worked. That's interesting. That is so weird. You know why that's doing that? Because the path is adding it. So well, I take it all back. I guess even with $0, it's safe. Now, I like the real path variation better because that gives you the full path and that evaluates the path properly, right? I think I like that one better. Which one do you guys like better? Which one? The extra quotes are, yeah, just because you always have to quote things to be safe in shell. So strictly speaking, this should probably be this. I don't know. Shell check might tell me. Let's actually try this and see what shell check has to say about it. So let's come back here and let's do this. Let's a directory equals real path. Directory name. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned something, because I'm learning a lot on this. This is good. This is really good. Build. Build That was interesting. Yep. They'll do the same. All right. That's good enough for me. You know what? I like real path better because if you use that, then the relative paths are not. It produces better log output too. Now, what I want to know is if it deals with mounts and everything properly. I mean, it must, right? It must be. It's got to. It's resolving symbolic links, which is important. It handles mounts and symbolic links. Damn. Okay. I'm going to write a Z about this because I'm going to start using it for everything now. So thank you for bringing it to my attention. Yeah. The other thing too about using RealPath like this is I don't think you ever have to worry about this variable being empty. And let me tell you why I mean that. So like if you are I mean let's actually put let's do something really scary, okay? Let's move this. This is why I have a container. Don't do this on a real system. So I'm moving temp foo to slash, right? So now I'm in the root, and there's a program. Wait, what? Why didn't it do it? Is it a file system boundary? Copy temp foo to dot. There we go. Okay, so here we are in slash, and if I run foo, it runs it. Oh, damn. Damn. That's what I was afraid of. You see that? Woo-wee, baby. That's dangerous. That's fucking dangerous. So whatever's in there needs to be fixed. That is not okay. This is why I wanted. So can you see what happened here? It is the directory is empty, and it did not make it into dot, which is super bad. That's like super bad. We got to see if dirname's going to do this instead. Dirname. Yep, and we got to quote that one too to be safe. And that whole thing needs to be quoted. So, yep. To do it in shell anyway. Yeah, there we go. All right. Well, I learned something today. I learned that POSIX shell demands the use of dirname and realpath to get a safe variable that contains the working directory, the relative directory of the script. Anything else is bad. But if you do that, you can rest assured that if you use this method, that you can safely do an rm-rf on anything you build up from that directory, because it will always have something in it. Yep. And I don't know how to say that, but I'm gonna just put that in my Zet right now. Zet create only safe way to get relative, what we want to call it, script root directory. K. Oh, actually, that's a header. Commands like rm-rf this make some people uncomfortable, because if they were executed from another directory instead of the directory containing the script, they might remove the wrong dist directory. To get around this, people have been inferring the directory relative to the script, inferring the directory containing the script in many different ways, most of them completely wrongly. it turns out that the only safe way to get a safe script root directory is using the POSIX dir name combined with real path. So it was, yeah. We could call it scriptdir. Scripts. To get script root. Scriptdir. Dir equals. Don't forget to quote everything, since this is POSIX shell compat. If you don't, I mean, let's try it and see if shell check yells. Shall we? Let's take him out and see what shell check says. Oh, wait. I don't have that. Let me see if I have it now. Build equals real path. We don't want that. We want dir. I know you can do this, but I don't. I think it's the quoting is going to, shell check's going to yell. It's going to yell. Yep. You need to quote it to be safe. Even in bash. So, and these quotes are all relative to their containing parentheses, lest anybody get confused. Just use full paths. That's not always possible. So, not always possible. Yeah. Build. Oh, right. Because there aren't any arguments. Yeah, if we put something, it would break it. Yeah. I mean, it's a good habit, but yeah. It's a little cleaner. I'm going to put them anyway, though, because as soon as I leave them off, somebody's going to they're going to watch. Somebody will do something like this, and that is not okay. Wait, what? How is that okay? Because there's no white space. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm going to quote it anyway. Yeah. All right, so dir equals dir name real path $0. That is the only safe way to get the dir. Yep. Now you can, I suppose the safety here is that you're going to add that on the dist, right? So yeah, that's some good stuff. That's some good stuff. I'm glad I spent the time to be challenged on that instead of just using dist. Directory equals we could say distir Um, no. Uh, yep. All right. So there we go. You can't use the flip path for dist. No, because it's in a distro, it's in a Git repo. It could be anywhere on the system. So the answer is no. The reason this came up, just to remind everybody, the reason this came up, it was because putting rm space dist and expecting the script to be run from this current location, someone's like, it always makes me uncomfortable when people write scripts that are expected to be run from that directory. And you know what? That is a totally valid concern. And I just bulldozed over it because I just wanted it to work. And most script developers do that. But it's worth taking a moment to do this right, because I made the case pretty strongly, if you're trying to run this dist build thing from some other place, and you got screwed up because it was assuming you run it from that directory, then, short of saying, hey, this script can be run from anywhere, or only run this script from this directory, you know what I'm saying? And then it would be on the user who would never read the comment. They would just run it. The expectation, and I totally take this critique, and is that the expectation is that this thing will work anywhere. I can call it from anywhere and it will build the right thing. It will build the right thing in the right location. I don't care. I don't matter where I am on the system. And that is the base assumption for any Unix tool. So being uncomfortable with what I added was very legitimate concern. It kind of pissed me off at first. I'm like, I just want this thing to work. But in the process, we've actually come up with, and believe me, you should see the code we have in production. And I did not write it. And so now we're all a little bit better, because we are all going to know how to make relative paths and create directories that work everywhere. Live coding, I'm glad you have OCD. That really helped, actually. Appreciate you bringing that to my attention. So let me give live coding credit for that completely. Live coding is in our Twitch chat. So thank you for that. See, sometimes I'm annoyed, but I end up, being improved by listening to people that are annoying me. So let that be a lesson to all of us. Listen to those people who annoy you, because some of them are going to be the people that teach you the most. So don't be as annoyed, So that was really good. There are a couple things that I found out there. First of all, I did not know RealPath existed. I am so embarrassed to admit I have never once used RealPath. Never. In all of my coding days, I have never used RealPath. I've used dirname tons. In fact, I stopped using dirname because I started using these what is it called? Parameter expansion. I think that's called parameter expansion. Parameter expansion. I think that's it. Oops, I think that's it. I'm trying to find it. Bash. Oh wait, man bash. Param expansion. I'm trying to remember the name of it. We're gonna read the bash man page, by the way, everybody. We're gonna read the bash man page during the boost. We're actually gonna go through the whole thing because I want to make sure people know what sections to read. We might not actually read every word, but where is parameter expansion? I swear it's parameter expansion. Yeah, here we are. So, is it shell variant? No, it's I'm mixing. It's not programmable completion. Positional parameters. No. What is it? It's got a special name. Parameter. I'm pretty sure it's parameter expansion. So there's the parameters, right? There's a special parameters, and then there's expansion below. So let's keep looking for this. Special parameters, expansion. There's a special ones. So that's where we got our $0, by the way. Expands to the name of the shell script. This is set at shell initialization. If bash is invoked with a file of command 0 is set to the name of what file the bash is started. -C, the -0 is set to the first argument after the string. Whoa. That would ruin your day really fast. See, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know if you can trust $0. I still don't. I still think that's the best thing to do, but whatever. Tough heart. Yes. Yes. Thank you for that. See, I mean, here we go. Look here. See, if you're using bash-c, which is one of the ways to run this code, right? Then $0 is set to the first argument after the string being executed. Which I still think is the right thing, but $0 is the reason I was leery of $0 is because I know that people mess with $0 in every other language. But I'm pretty sure that $0 in the way that we're using it is dependable for shell, for POSIX and Z shell and K shell and bash and all them, because you can't change $0. There are very specific rules about how it's set. In those other languages, Python, Perl, and everything, you can actually change it, and that's why I would never depend on it. That's where that hesitation came from. So anyway, here we go. We have this is all completion, which is all cool and all. Where is expansion? Where's the section on expansion? There we go. Now that's arrays. Brace expansion. We're not using brace expansion. We're using, okay, here they are. These are all disabled, by the way, if you use double brackets. That's why bash is cool. Tilde expansion, brace expansion, parameter and variable expansion, command substitution. So parameter expansion is the one that I want to show. Tilde expansion is just, there we go. So this character introduces parameter expansion, command substitution, or arithmetic. Now, parameter expansion includes altering the data. So you have all this, there's some really cool stuff. This stuff, parameter expansion is actually supported in POSIX shell. That was a huge realization. I said that already today, but so like you can look for the positional, like if it's a string, you can grab a substring out of it just using this only. And you can do, that's arrays and stuff. This is a bash only thing. This gives you the, this is like the reference. It's the closest thing to pointer referencing that shell has. 15 tabs open at once. Oh yeah, I probably should close some. Remove matching parameters. So this is the one that chops stuff off the front. This stuff chops stuff off the back. And this is a regex replacement, which uses basic regular expressions, not expanded, I'm pretty sure. I perform using the rules described by pattern matching below. I think it depends on what your bash has been compiled with. I think if you've compiled with, this is another reason it's so hard. I think pattern matching, I think regular expressions is by default. It depends on how it was compiled. I think I remember reading that. Pattern matching. Here we go. Pattern matching. This is the regular glob stuff. Matches any string. Oh, no. That's right. Oh, God, I'm so confused. So the thing that looks like a regular expression and a parameter expansion pattern match is not a regular expression. It's not a regular expression. I forgot about that. It's not. It's a glob. It's a glob star. Yep, it's a glob. The EXT glob. So much to keep track of. All right, back to what we were doing. All right, so we got our build script done, and we have a nice, safe, real path that's now there for everybody to look at, and we can run it. I can run it from here. I have /build in my path, but only /build. So anywhere I am at, if there's a build, it will work in the current directory. That's never ever put / in your path. If you're going to put something in your path, put a specific file in the path. Building kubectl plugin. Actually, that's not true. My build looks for the one in the current. It's an alias for /build. Yeah, I forgot about that. There we go. Yeah, that's exactly the same thing as typing /build in the parameters. You should look into these. These things are really cool. Using these exec commands, it's a Unix thing. It's so stinking cool. It's exactly the same as if you type that, and everything gets taken over. File descriptors, open ports, every process. It's fantastic. Anyway, so ls-dist, we got our dist in there. vi dot get ignore, make sure that's in here. I don't want to dump all of those. Get status. What did I change? What did I change in my main? Oh, right. Wait, I thought I got it already. Am I in the right? Do 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 do. Get status Manjaro. Is it possible to run Linux dual boot? No, absolutely not. No, don't even try. Because it's not even supported on the Power Macs. You can't put Linux on a modern Power Mac M1 or whatever. They've stopped it. Used to be able to. You cannot do that. I know that. I have a friend who tried it and he couldn't do it. If you're gonna, don't dual boot. Just don't dual boot. Use containers or VMs. Or not. Do what you want. Don't dual boot a Mac. Oh my god. And if you did dual boot a Mac, you'd have to use Fusion, right? Which means you'd have to buy it. So if you're gonna dual boot, get Fusion, which is a VMware product you have to buy, which I have, but Sage, I don't know about that. There's another, yeah, I would never dual boot a Mac. No, wait, why? Seriously, why? I don't understand. Do you want graphic Linux? Is that the reason? I mean, Linux is a terminal thing, mostly. So why not just use containers? I seriously don't understand why anybody would ever want to dual boot a Mac at all. There's like literally no reason to do that. I'm not attacking you. I want to understand. I keep doing this over and over again. Git add commit build script git diff dash a. I could have swore I changed. Oh, I'm silencing the output. That's what's up. Yeah, I'm silencing the output. Yeah, I forgot about that. Right. Oh, damn, I have a meeting. In 15 minutes, I have a meeting. So let's do this. I mean, buy a Mac. Look, if you want Linux on a laptop, buy like a $200 laptop and put Linux on there. I don't understand. The 13th gen Intel. If you get an old enough one, you can. Battery life solar rule, because that's what they do. They make the batteries go bad, so you have to buy new ones. Otherwise, the hardware's awesome. Need to keep it mostly plugged in. MP seems good on performance and battery. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about buying an M Mac at all. because I can't. I mean, you can. The Docker desktop, Pubman desktop, running QEMU, so you can actually emulate x86 architecture, which you could not do without it. And since I do mostly containers for a particular target architecture, I can pull that off without being too big a hassle. But I don't know what emulation and QEMU like, what the trade-off is on that. You know, I don't know. I don't know what that trade-off is. Yep, and then we're just going to do run dot exec kubectl config get context. Go get -u. No, wait. Go install kubectl-login. Boom. Perfect. That's what I want. That is what I want. All right, that's done. That's done. That wasn't even that hard. No, that was not hard. All right, let me see. I'm going to go do some. I actually have meetings and stuff, so let me go ahead and commit this. Let me make sure I don't have any other thing. Yeah, I'm going to need to put some music on and read some comments. And then I'll be back. Here's some fishies and some music to tide you over. All right, so a few changes we're going to be doing. So I was able to confirm that option 2 is the official Kubernetes documentation. It says that the ID underscore token is actually used. Oh, thank you for saying so. Wait, what? What? My wife made $75 for modeling. Wow. For the art show. Yeah, anyway, so ID kubectl command lets you pass a token using -- token. Copy and paste the ID token in this option. My coworker rightly was doubting this. They were saying, "Are you sure it's not access token?" And I actually just validated that by hand. So you can see that. This says you must be logged into the server. It's unauthorized, right? That's currently with the code grabbing. That was the author token. So if I change it back to ID token, let's actually go approve this. I have to prove this video evidence. Video evidence. Can I just say what a great thing it is having your own multi-cluster minikube set up and then having your own OIDC provider so you can validate this stuff and make sure the documentation actually does what it says and speak very confidently about it because you literally did the same thing that is in your production environment. I cannot overstate my happiness. Okay, get nodes. Okay, so I just logged in, right? And lest anyone be mistaken, we use the ID token. If I change it to access token, which some might think is the thing to do, if I was using OIDC provider, that would be the right thing to do. But that's not what we're doing, right? So I'm going to prove that this is breaking. Go install kubectl-login. Get nodes. Satisfaction. Unauthorized because it's the access token and not the ID token, as it explicitly says is required in the documentation right here. Option number 2, to authenticate using kubectl -- token. The kubectl command lets you pass in a token using the -- token. Copy and paste the ID token into this option. There it is in black and white, and I shall now officially document that in the code, lest people further doubt this decision. You stick with single node Docker Kubernetes for now? Well, yeah, for most stuff you can, kind and all that, but boy, KVM backed Minikube, woo, for ops testing, Yeah, multi-flow, latency issues, stuff like that. Damn. Oh, I rated them from a while ago. Nice. Anycube Windows was bad for me. Oh, damn, yeah. I would never. First thing, for step one, get a server. Pay your dues. Pay $1,700 or whatever, and get yourself a 58 core server, 256 gig of RAM, refurbished HP. Don't buy any of the new Threadripper shit. You pay through the nose for that. Get the refurbished stuff. Make a server. Doesn't have to have a GPU for now. Can. I already have it. Yeah, just go !rig. I'll tell you everything I got. It's all linked. !rig. Yeah, if you're in the Twitch, you can do that. If you're YouTube, you're just going to have to come visit me on Twitch. I don't know. You need to do the research on that. That's part of the work. That's part of the work. Yeah. What a long ass URL. Oh my god. I'm not putting it there. That's too fucking ugly. Okay, fine. In fact, I'm leaving that. I'm leaving that. And I need to stay here for a bit, but we'll come back to that in just a second. Do I have the latest? Yes, I do. I'm not putting it there. I'm putting it in here. I'm going to put it in the main. In the main. I'm going to put that. That's all I'm putting there. That's all I'm doing right there. So, yeah, we got a lot to learn. You don't need it right away, right? You have your lab grow with you as you grow as a techie, as you get better, right? We need to. Okay, I kind of all over the board. This is why I have issues, so I can remember what I need to do. Verify use of ID token. Yes. Close 12. Did that. Get add -p. Why did it lump them together? Why? Yeah. No, I'll just quit that. Okay, so yeah. I mean, get status. Add -p. Yeah, all right. So get add -a get commit -m. I mean, it's not really a breaking change. So it's kind of a chore. This actually has an issue. Nine. Git commit. Fix 9. Fix 9. Let's see. Just context the output. Closes 9. That's addition. Get status. Issues. Which other one do we have? Add a build script. We did that already. That's already done. So, all right, fine. Build script includes client secret in REST query unless set. Did that. Delete all the previous user health info. Did that. Drop timestamps and errors. Yes. Add support for kubectl query. Issue. Consider adding. Consider adding. Yeah. No, I'm not doing that. I mean, we need to look at this. I think that's probably, you know what? We could call it that, actually. We could call it kubeconfig view. You know what? That's what we should call it. Yes. That's what we should call it. That's what it, because it's not a config. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Soldering key controllers with microcontrollers. Damn, fun stuff. You guys are having fun. I see in the chat. These are all great things to add. Consider kubeconfig to contain context. Got that. Now, okay, so we have to see. We have to go spelunking down into the depths of the shittiest Kubernetes code I've ever seen, otherwise known as the kubectl source code in client Go. And because we have to figure out what the behavior is, whether last wins as it should, as opposed to just throwing an error when two named contexts are encountered at the same time. This is by far... Are you fucking kidding me? They deliberately made auth providers nils instead of the word null, even though the output is JSON data. Oh, how stupid is that? That is so stupid. Okay, keep going, Rob. Exec, that is just so stupid. I have no words for how stupid that is. See the client config auth API group for specification of the exact input and exact format. This is how you execute the kubectl file. Install hint. Oh god, it's so ugly. It's really fucking ugly. Oh, I know there's not. Dude, it's just so stinking bad. I can't even tell you. It's so bad. But I have to look. I have to keep looking. Consistently stupid. We're going to go find... What the hell? Oh my God, they're doing interface validation. Nobody does that anymore. This is to make sure that their thing follows the interface at compile time. That gets thrown away, but this is a trick to make sure that your code fulfills an interface. You only see that code in people who used to code Java, who code a lot of Go. It's Go. I mean, it's fine. Not in production code. Usually people will put that in the code while they're writing it, and then they'll remove it later. There's no need for it. It's like stupid. Go implements Go string error, sanitize sensitive fields. I actually like the Go stringer interface. I need to use it more. In case you guys are wondering what I'm looking at here, I'm looking at this. Kconfig, right? View. And by default, it uses the Go stringer instead of the actual stringer, which redacts. See this thing? It's redacting data omitted. So anytime there's data, it does that so that this stuff doesn't land in logs and stuff, which apparently was a problem at one point. I don't know what to say about that. So there's your stringer interface. Stringer satisfies, but it also does Go string. Interesting. Go stringer implements Go stringer. I wonder if that's... Yeah. Yeah. And that is nice. That's a good thing to do if you got keys and stuff. That's not bad. That's cool. That's a good thing. Oh my God. Never interactive mode if available, blah, blah, blah. All right, so here's the config object gets handed off. This config object, which I want everybody to see is a map here. So this is the actual definition of the config object type for Kubernetes. It uses a map. But if you'll notice, the kubectl file does not use a map and never has. So we're about to find the code that does this munging. So everything in here is what's called a named blah, a named context list, a named context cluster, a name. So sometime along named auth info. This is a list. So what we want to know is what happens if I have two of them, right? What if I do this? What happens if I do that? Huh? Ah, kerplooey blew up in my face. And this panic, this is a fucking panic. Nobody should panic. Don't panic. Nobody should panic. You should never panic, especially in user code. Oh my God. Nope. This is so fucking bad. This is in production code. This is a production version of kubectl. It blows the hell up if there's a duplicate. Rather than making last wins, which is what every other YAML resource file does, it blows up. Oh, it's just so fucking stupid. In fact, there is a huge thread on this that I'm not going to go find right now because I'm so annoyed. I just had to recreate the behavior, and I have to look at the code and I have to produce it because I am actually I'm doing the right thing. I'm doing what Kubernetes does for every other fucking resource type. When you have two fields of YAML, the one that comes after wins, and it will happily let the other one be there. And we have production code committed to GitHub internally that actually has redundant things because people forgot to find the other one. I don't want to talk about it. But if you so it lets you happily get away with that there, but not in kubeconfig. Oh no, in kubeconfig, if you have two list items, not even a fucking map. And when you have two lists, if it was a map, it would be invalid YAML, right? But because you can do it, because we have two list items that have the same name, it doesn't override the second one with the one that's named the first one. It says, no, fuck you, we can't do this. Blows up. So my memory was right on this, And I am glad. I am also sad that I have to do this, but I have to reproduce this behavior. So that means I have to blow up if somebody puts two things in there. Yep. I have to blow up. I have to do the same thing as this shitty code does, so that people don't think that their file is just fine. And let the last one win, which is what I have working right now. So I have to find that error message somewhere. It's called error loading config file duplicate name in list. All right, so we're going to git grep that. Git grep. What was it? Duplicate name. Duplicate name. God damn it. There it is. Loader test. Conversion. v1 conversion.go. You know what? Wait a second. I have to test something right now. I have to test something right now. I do. Could it be? No. That can't possibly be. This can't possibly be. No, there's no way this is going to work, right? This is going to just like croak. It's going to croak. It's going to be like, I have no idea what you're doing. Because the data structure that I'm creating right now is the actual internal definition of config that is converted from V1 to V2. So maybe this is actually supported in V2. Maybe. I'm going to try. I'm going to try. Nope. Sorry. Could not find expected colon. Oh, that's just me being a dummy. Yeah. User token. Wait, what? Come on, baby. Error loading config file. Decode slice. Expected a bracket or an end, but found instead. That's not even relevant. Because this talk is making JSON error messages. It's like so stupid. This is so bad. This entire software is so bad. It is so fucking bad. I mean, it just makes me feel better about my coding ability, actually. Oh, I mean, isn't this just a case that kubectl considers an error? Yeah, but that's enough. That is exactly what it is. But it's also enough to tank the whole universe, the whole Kubernetes universe. You can't authenticate. You can't do shit. Yeah. Oh, I broke something again. What did I break this time? User. What did I break? Oh. What did I break? Oh, wait. This is not dev. You can't have two devs. Well, I'll just log in again. I'll just log in. K-login. Oh, that's right. It automatically detects my username. Yay. There's prod and dev. Let's log into dev. Boom. Why is it doing exit status 1? What is that about? Oh, I did an exec someplace. Yeah. I have an exec somewhere. Wait. What am I doing here? Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, I was confused. Oh, right. exec status one. Is that the one throwing it? Who's throwing that? Who'll be throwing that? Who's throwing that code? Who's that girl? Tell me, who's that girl? Boom, 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 boom. I want to listen to my music around my bike. I'm getting there. This should not be an exit status 1. No. It should not. It should not. I don't know why that's an exit status 1. That is disheartening. Okay, login. Okay, that's what it's supposed to do. Dev. What's the... That's what it's supposed to do. And separate username, because there's no context for it. Boom. All right. So that's good. That is really, really, really good. Except for that had an error. Exit status 1 up above. Yeah. I'm going to try that one again. Aha. So it's only when it has to make a new context. So we have a lingering exec in here somewhere. There's a lingering out or out, something that needs to be out or out quiet. Where is it throwing it from? I wonder if it's already the context. You know? No, that's not it. It's only when it made a new one. It only when it made a new context. So if not has context, that would be the case. Do this. Prompt username has context and not has cluster. That's not it. So we go here and prompt the hidden for the password. Then it does authentication. If error, it logs the error as a fatal error though, so we didn't get that. And then it comes down here, it does a kubectl-login. Save file, write file, it's up. No, did that fine. Set cluster. I mean, if it maybe it hadn't added. No, it should have been fine. Cluster API server URL. Cert authority cert. Out set context. That should be fine. That should have been fine. I wonder if you use context. No? That should be fine too, yeah? Well, the part of the problem is one of these is generating an error, and I don't know which one it is. And this one, yeah. I don't know which one it is. I don't know. What I will have to do to find the error is really annoying. But I'm going to do it anyway. It's hard. It's very hard to find this error. Because it's too generic. Oh my god. Look at all those gifted subs. That was so nice. Thank you, Mike Alpha. You're so very kind. Damn, 20 total subs gifted. 5. Wow. Thank you so much for that. I hope it helps people, including me, like learn things. I learned lots of things today. Like RealPath. I learned RealPath today. I have never used it. Let's go back and watch the video. What are we doing? Oh, this is so tedious. I have to recompile And it's going to work. This is not going to throw a password error because it made it, right? Now, here's what we want to see, though. We want it to get that error again. So the only way to do that is to delete that. Yeah. So kconfig delete. Is it just context or auth? I don't know. Context inf. What? Warning, you're removing an active one. I don't care. Live dangerously. Oh, damn, we didn't get the error. All right, one more try. Context, cluster, credential, user, which is, they have client credentials on the other one, and this one they have user. Fucking stupid. There, we got the error. That's what I wanted. Okay, so it has something to do with either the cluster or the auth. And it doesn't tell me what line it was on. I mean, I could have panicked there. I don't know where that is. That's from Chris Titus. Oh, thank you, Chris. Chris is so friendly. I appreciate the help and the support. I want to go over there and play on Minecraft over there. I think that would be so much fun. I think it would be fun. I have been swearing. I'll stop swearing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is my angel. Particularly because I'm on YouTube. I'm still at work too. And you know, I haven't drank any alcohol, so it's just Kubernetes. Just pushes me to swear. I blame Kubernetes. It's not my fault. The devil made me do it. In this case, the devil is Kubernetes. Log. Okay, wait. Log print made. Print made. All right, so I made it to made, and then I died. So, ooh, could it have been here? Create a temp file? No, that's not it. That's not an executable. It had to have been config, context, or credentials. They're all three there. Dagnabbit. That's not a sufficient test, Rob. That's not a sufficient test. I have a different way to test it now. I have a different way. Yeah. Watch K. Config delete cluster. How about that? Whoa, bam, baby. And you know what it is? It's when there's not a cluster defined. Wow. Okay, I think I know what we have to do here. I'm glad I found this error. This is kind of a weird error. K-login inf. That should do it. No, it didn't. What the hell? What the actual hell? Aha. So it has something to do with user, which is otherwise known as auth info, even though you would never know it here or here, because interfaces, user, oh my God, I just don't want to talk about it. I talk about it all the time. You'd think I would want to talk about it because I talk about it so much. I really don't want to talk about it. I really don't. I don't. It's my way of dealing with the trauma. My wife says that people who tend to watch traumatic things in their spare time or crave trauma because they have been abused as children. She said she read something like that. She's like, you had so much trauma when you were a child that you like crave trauma. It's your happy place. Your happy place is trauma and drama. So when you like watch Jessica Jones, and you're like, oh, this is cozy. Or if you like watch cult documentaries, which is my thing. I am obsessed with cult documentaries. Mostly because I was Mormon. and forced to disrobe at 8 years old in a changing room to go get baptized with a bunch of adult men who did nothing. They're all wonderful people. They didn't mean to do anything. I just was fucking traumatized by that. You're all clean now, Rob. Don't make any mistakes or you'll go straight to hell. And you'll have to use Kubernetes every day. See how I did that? I brought it back. Okay. Caught in password made in the shade. Okay, so bug hunting here. So there is a bug in one of these 3 commands that is not happy. In fact, it's this one that's the one that's not happy, actually. Because these other 2 do not generate output. So what I find odd about that is that so if there is not a credential, it would seem... Wait, let me reproduce this error from the command line. So delete user inf kconfig get contexts exit echo $. Oh, see, that was fine. What the hell? What the hell? It must be the one before. Oh, set credentials. Wait. That should have been fine. Oh, it's delete user because there was no user already. Yes. Yes, this is the one. This is the one. Oh my god, how did I miss that? That's obvious now to me. I made out quiet. It's my own happy little package. That is it. Much my son. Wait. Main. Where's my made? Get my print lns out of there. Did I do it already? I must have. Go install. Okay, login. Oh, my wife is home. I can hear the door opening. Look, it did it. Booyah. Okay, that bug is fixed. That bug is squashed. That's a wait, we already have a thing for this. It's called right. What's the end goal for the tool? Logging into Kubernetes. Logging into Kubernetes with owner resource type grab password grab flow. Yep. That is the goal. I can recover the goal for you here in a sec. Quiet. Missing, deleted. Alrighty then. What else? Issues. Consider kubeconfig decay. We're gonna do that later. Add support the first kubeconfig entry. Oh no. That's right. We need to blow up. We need to blow up. We need to blow the F up if there is a duplicate. Yeah. That is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to blow up. So, add support first config entry, version, timestamps. Add build script, consider config. Should blow up if duplicate. If duplicate contexts. kubectl program will panic and spew a wonderfully ugly error if more than one cluster, context, or user has the same name key in the named list. Yes, even though the underlying model config object calls for a map. That is super annoying. It's super fucking annoying. And every other Kubernetes object YAML file always has a last wins policy for parsing. I'm sick and tired of coding around Kubernetes shit. But I wouldn't have a job if I weren't doing it. So you think it would be enough to push me to actually contribute? Nope. Chef? What? What does that even mean? It's completely out of left field. I hate baseball metaphors, but they are burned in my brain. I have sports metaphors burned into my American psyche. Nomad. Nomad would be the proper response, but also not. I'm not a HashiCorp fan these days either. So their code's a lot cleaner though. Oh my god, HashiCorp's code is beautiful compared to this shitty Kubernetes code. This is not Kubernetes code. This is my code. My code is beautiful, of course. That's the proper way. That's what everybody thinks, right? And I put this not access token here so that people don't give me shit about that anymore. I did due diligence on that and I researched it. And like, can you prove it? Make sure you get a link to that in there because I don't believe you. I'm like, okay. So once again, home lab for the win because I was able to duplicate these exactly and report on them. I can actually state the exact behavior. I can even make a video of the behavior so people who don't believe me unless they see it can see it. Yep. And we had an argument about, not an argument, but we had a debate a little bit about including client secret, because if your client, I use the wrong word, user, if your clients in OIDC are not confidential, then you have to set the client secret. If they are confidential, you have to set the secret. Otherwise it's ignored, but we kept it in the struct. I love when folks like Kubernetes sucks and that they are using instead and are like, nothing. There is nothing else. No, Kubernetes is good for what it does, but that doesn't make it doesn't make the code good. I can still complain. I can complain about it. Don't get mad, get busy. Don't complain, get busy. All right. What was I doing? I can't remember. I can't focus because my day's running out of time. I have been coding all day today. I've been coding even since before I started streaming a long time. And not just coding. Spicy tweets about recently? About Kubernetes? Oh, I know. People really hate it. You know why? Because all the people who got raises and made a lot of money for setting up Kubernetes, they're all gone. They've all moved, they've bounced around enough, and now they have to land in a job where they maintain somebody else's day two Kubernetes shit. And now they're stuck maintaining it and they can't get away from it. They're like, and before they were like raw Kubernetes, and then they would set up a cluster wrongly, and then they would go someplace else and then set up that cluster wrongly, and then go someplace else, and all the admins that are left in their wake are complaining about day two until there's no more jobs for the new Kubernetes cluster setup. Now you have to go there and support some shit. So now those same exact cowboys are in there doing it all wrong, are now stuck maintaining an existing Kubernetes cluster that is full on in the middle of a day two problem. and that nobody has money to do it right and to re-implement it with cluster-CTL or something like that. Nobody's got the money and time to do that. Don't have that. If they had the money to dump out all the money to hire all the people who came in and did it wrong in the first place, frankly, they did it to the best of their extent, to the best of their knowledge. And that would have been me. I probably would have made huge mistakes too. I did actually make huge mistakes. One of the mistakes I made was using OAuth type, was not using a bearer token in the user information. And my God, it made it so much more complicated. That's one of the reasons I'm rewriting this. Yeah, look at how beautiful this file is. Look at this file. It's got there's no skip TLS verify, insecure skip TLS verify, which allows you to be open to man in the middle. Nope, that's gone. It's got these dynamically loaded certificate authority data, root CAs that are in here, so they produce brilliant, excellent, safe connections. It's only got one token line in the user thing. I guarantee you, if you go look at the OIDC stuff from other institutions, they will not have clean tokens like this. They'll have either a client cert, which is super insecure because if somebody sees it, well, same here, but it's even worse because it's like permanent usually. And they'll also have sort of like a year, and then they'll also have like a whole bunch of OIDC crap in there, right? Now we just have one line. Just one line. Look at how beautiful it is. I love it. I love it. And you know what? I didn't even know. I didn't even know about it. I didn't even know about it before. I didn't. You know what else I didn't know about? I'm coming clean here. I did not know about this. I'm going to tell you all the things I did not know when I wrote that code. The other thing I didn't know about was that you can use Go OIDC to do discovery against the well-known URL. And that all happens for automatically if you use the proper OIDC provider library. Was not using it. I rolled my own OIDC provider library. Why the fuck would you do that? Well, because when I did this a year and a half ago, the other one was not very good. OAuth 2, we still had to roll our own HTTP request because the OAuth 2 library is shit. It's still shit. It passes data in Golang context that's critical to the thing. That's like a anti-pattern. It's a huge fucking anti-pattern, and that is hard-coded into the OAuth 2 library. So I'm never using it. I'm never using it with that because I can't get around it. I have to it's just so convoluted to just make a stupid fucking HTTP request and be done with it, which is what I did. So and then there's the whole Kubernetes stuff. So anyway, this is prettier. It's much prettier. I think it's pretty. There is no refresh token. Isn't that great? There's no refresh token. You don't need a refresh token. Nope, you don't. You don't need a refresh token. There's no need. No, that's why this application is so awesome. I don't need a refresh token, so there. Yeah, because you're thinking like an OAuth person right now. No, my tokens expire after a day. Yep, that's defined by the token provider, the client provider. So they go away after a day, and they have to log in anyway. So, and if I were to run klogin, I don't get anything because they're only one day. They have to log in every day. Yeah, hell yeah. We want people to log in every day, though. Are you kidding me? Probably more than that, actually. So yeah, we want them to log in every day. Yeah, keeping this like long running like month-long token using OAuth refresh token, that is like super dangerous. Yeah, they're not doing that. Dude, it's the same login expiration as logging into any of our jump hosts. You go on the jump host, you have to log in every day, right? If you're using SSH properly, you should probably be refreshing your tokens every day too. You know what I mean? No more green screen. What would I use green screen for? Hey, man, it sounds like you were here a long time ago. Yeah, I have a green screen. I don't use it. It's a waste of time. I can't believe I ever thought it was a good use of my time. And if you look at the streamers that have been doing this streaming the longest, they don't have a green screen because they actually have shit to do. There's an isolated case where a green screen is nice and a lot of people have that and you're artistic and creative and do great things. And I'm not putting you down if you have a green screen. I'm just saying why. I stream 8 hours a day. If you stick a green screen right behind me and I have to like sit in that spot for 8 hours, you will watch me melt down on stream. I will literally collapse and go crazy and start drooling and sucking my thumb. So It's better. Plus, it would be so hot. It's better if you like have, you know, let them see like a little window into your like horrible apartment. All right, we're still working here. I promise. I promise. Should blow up with duplicate context names. Let's focus on that, shall we? I think I got everything else committed. Okay, good. Let's focus on that. So we are going to take internal, and we're going to go get internal. Which one is it? I can't remember. Is it auth? No, kubectl-config. And we're going to take context here. See, here's an actual context. This directly mirrors the content. I'm going to do something else here, actually, but I'm going to do it later. I'm going to add a view. I don't want to get mixed up in that too much yet. Current context name. Current context name. All right, here we go. Context. You know, if I get rid of this, I know what to do here. But it's two things are gonna get fixed at once. This problem because of the stupid shitty JSON path code in Kubernetes, and this mapping right here, right? And the reason for that is because we're going to be doing some inspection on the file as is anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to decide how much to do though. Trying to decide how much to do. Yes, sir. I'm trying to decide how much to do here. You did? You got hit with it finally? You got the nil problem? Yeah. What I'm trying to decide here is whether I should... So this is the debate. Should the eventual struct, the kubeconfig struct, should it model kubectl-config view, which has these stupid ass named things, right? Or should it model the underlying model? And I think we need to make it a view. But if I call it view, it's not really proper. Where is config defined? Is this the definition of it, or is this just some random thing? Is it under the API? Where is the config type defined? That's what I want to know. I want to know where the config type is defined. See, this says here client command API config. I don't think that's it, honestly. I don't think this is the authoritative version of it. I think there's another copy of it someplace. Where possible, JSON tags match the CLI argument names. Top level config objects and all values required for proper functioning are non-empty, mid-empty. Any config holds the information needed to build, connect. Any config holds the information needed to build, connect to remote Kubernetes clusters at a given use. What the hell? What the hell? Kind of like, what the fuck is wrong with these coders? Oh my god. Dude, if you don't wrap your Golang comments, you're a fucking idiot. My God, I'm sorry. It's probably time for me to stop. Shit like this makes me. I am trying to do the right thing, people. I am trying to just stop writing shitty code. I want to find the people who wrote this code so I can like embarrass the shit out of them, shame them to death. Any truly optional piece is added of config is allowed to be omitted. Oh, you're taking this moment to like soapboxes to death with your shitty unwrapped comment. Piece of shit. Config holds the information needed to build, connect to remote Kubernetes clusters as a given user. No punctuation. Important, colon. I mean, what the fuck? Do these people not know English? Oh, yeah, they don't. Important. Use capitalization and proper punctuation in your comments. If you add fields to this string, these are Go programmers. These are people that were employed at Go. At Google. These are like those high-end, pie in the sky. Oh, I'll never be good enough to be a senior software engineer at Google. Well, now you know that they're shitty. They're horrible. They suck. They're horrible. The people who made Kubernetes are some of the worst programmers on the planet. And yet they're revered for being these fancy-ass Google software engineers. I've proven it over and over again. This code was written by shitheads. Code config holds the information needed to build, connect to remote Kubernetes. No capitalization there. I'm just going to go into town as a given user. Please update is config empty. Decopy, generate your interfaces to this. All right, config, legacy field, blah, blah, blah. We'll put a to-do in here. Remove this after eliminating downstream dependencies. Okay, that never happened. How long has it been? Dude, it's just so bad. Look at these smashed together, unreadable thing. This thing shows up in the documentation exactly as it is. Watch. I'm going to tell you how shitty that is. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do go doc config. Right, now that should be able to get config out of this current directory. Maybe I need to do dot config. Oh, it must be generating. It's like taking forever to generate. This is really sad. Maybe did I do the name wrong? Maybe it can't do it because it didn't follow the conventions. Oh my God. When possible, where possible, JSON tags messages that top level names. Config holds the name, blah, blah, blah. All right, wait. What is this? This should have been, I should have just been able to just do go doc names. Config. Why is this taking so long? Yeah, it's probably... Why the hell is this taking so long? Do I have to do all? It's not an internal or anything. There we go. Damn, that took a long time. Look at that beautiful documentation. This is public. This is a public struct. A legacy field. Are you trying to tell me that kind is a legacy field? Kind is a legacy field? Hardly. No, it's not a legacy field. Legacy field from blah. You're saying API. Okay, fine. Whatever. It's never been a legacy field. See how ugly that documentation is? You see it? You see how ugly that is? Completely fucking unreadable, right? Well, you know, if you'd actually done the Go docs right, you would have done this instead. You would have done this. You would have put a little bit of white space in there. Or better yet, you wouldn't have put the documentation in the struct. You would have put it in the comment above, and you would have had the struct so you could just, at a glance, see what its structure is. Because that's what you want to see. You don't want to see these big, long, you know, operational comments all over the fuck. So it's just so bad, man. If these developers work for me, I'd fire their ass so fast. I would fire them so fucking fast. They just basic like professionalism is absent. Look at these unwrapped comments that go all the way off the fucking screen. Because they chose to use comments in here that don't actually get interpreted as text, so they don't show up here like they would have if they had done it right. It's like one of the many complaints I have. Deep copy, which they shouldn't even be doing. There's so many ways around doing a deep copy, but whatever the fuck. I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm mad. I don't care. I don't even care at this point. I don't care. You can't hurt me. I'm what's his name who hosting the Oscars? Don't get mad, get busy. I'm trying to get busy. I am trying to get busy. I'm trying to... Sadly, I'm going to have to use this piece of shit. So look at this right here. See this? That's a map string cluster, right? That is the proper way to do this. But that is not what the format of the file is. This is the whole point. Okay, so before I got distracted, when I am basically remaking this struct, because this other one's horrible, do I want to emulate what's actually here, these named keys, or these named fields, or do I want to use this one and then make everything blow up when I try to load it up, which is what they do? I think I'm going to try to load these types. And despite my better judgment, I am going to use the API package. I really don't want to, but I'm going to do it. I am going to do it. Yep. And then I could say, so my kubeconfig can actually be dependent on the other one instead of having dirty. This stuff we're actually going to keep. We're going to have, we can move down tags. We can say, let's try something. So let's do this. Let's do kubeconf. Let's say kubeconfig. We could just say map. No, we could call it. I'm trying to decide what we could call it. What is this? This is an API config. Kubeconfig config. All right, so a kubeconfig config is just an API.config. And it just does not know where to get it. It's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. So this is the part where it gets really ugly. I pray to God there's a better place to get that, but I doubt it. So we should be able to get our shitty documentation automatically now. Yeah. Go get that shoe. It's got to pull down that. The problem is, for me to do this, I have to pull down the entire, all of this entire package, the entire client Go package has to be pulled down. I don't even think I can pull down just this one. I have to pull down the entire fucking package. That's why it's taking so long. Watch all the dependencies get cranked up. It's gonna get every single dependency that client Go uses, including a ton of third-party non-FOSS approved packages that, or things that have been locked down in the client-Go version, so that it would keep working, because they're breaking changes without changing the up-level versions. I was reading all about that the other day. I was reading all about all the reasons not to use client Go, and I look at it still hasn't got everything. Just to parse that stupid ass file, and to use the official, I could just copy that file over, but then it's got other subtle dependencies that it could just totally break. So you can't do that. I can't. I would love to do that. This is supposed to be just types. Can I just copy this type over straight up and make it my own? I could just rip that out. Oh, no, because of this shit. Runtime object. Whatever the fuck that means. Object interface, get object kind, deep copy object. Oh my god, this is so bad. This is a bunch of people trying to make Go into Java. Oh my god. I still haven't been able to... I have to take a break. I'm going to take a break while this is... I'm pouring myself a drink. I swear words or not, I'm putting YouTube back on so I can finish this. We're just trying to use the client library again, and... Because honestly, if I could actually import this, I would. I would just import this and call it a day. But I can't. I can't do that. So, unfortunately, that means maybe that's the one we need to import instead of Tools API. I was installing API and it's not getting it. It just refuses to get it. And I don't know if it's internet problems or what. It could be net. Whoops. It could be any number of things. But it's just I can't talk to internet. I don't know what's going on. It takes forever. It cannot get the... I think it's because it's so fucking big. It's just trying to download the client. And there, it got it that time. Finally. Alright, so let's do this. Let's say... Let's get rid of this. I don't want kubectl-login. We don't want that either. We want this. Okay, so... We don't want that. Don't want that. We want this. I can go into internal. What we're trying to do again is the right thing and use the Kubernetes client Go to parse the kubeconfig file, which is always a pain in the ass. Now, if this works, I should be able to get... Nope. God damn. See? You just can't get it. You just can't. I got the client Go API, but not the API one. Let's try the API. Maybe it's already there. Maybe it grabbed the whole module. Please grab the whole module. I sometimes I wonder if the reason for that is because they don't want you to do that. But that's a package. It's a legitimate package. It's been exported. I can use it if I want. Even if I load it my own way. Why is it not working? All right, come on, baby. It could be DNS. It shouldn't be though. I mean, I have it on here locally. I could actually do a commit. See, look. Look at all the shit it has to pull in. I knew it. Look at it. Look at all the shit it has to pull in just to do the API thing. I have added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like something like 30, including a completely different client Go dependency. Just to get the config file so I can load it. Just for that one purpose. You know how bloated my binary is going to be just for that one thing? So fucking stupid. It's just so dumb. Whatever. Hey, look, I passed the tests. Yay. Now, I probably have documentation if I want it. I can do API config. Oh, look at this wonderful documentation. That I have no idea what's going to stay and what's going to be taken out. Preference holds general information. You know what? If I'm going to do this, I probably shouldn't use the auth. I probably should use the one that gets returned. But it's the same one anyway, so I don't give a shit. Right? All right, so fine. let's see, go client dash go load kubectl config auth providers. There's actually, I thought I saved it. I guess I didn't. There's a Stack Exchange out here that has one, Stack Overflow. It has a sample client. These are all sucky. There's another one, I promise. I think kubectl-login actually does this. Let's actually go see what kubectl-login does. kubectl-login doesn't change anything in there. Int whatever. I already have this one. I want to see if he actually does the load of kubeconfig. I have a feeling he does. Git grep. What is it called? It's like interactive something or other. Let's do the client Go examples, shall we? This directory contains examples. GCP OIDC. Nope. I don't want any of that. I want to load the configuration file. Go program. In cluster config. Wait, what? Client Go REST API. What? There's a REST API for this. Use kubeconfig. REST.in-cluster config. Oh, that's totally different. Totally different. New for config. No, no, no. None of these are kubeconfig. None of them are. Use config true. Yes. Use config true. What the hell? It's totally. It's not. No. Don't need that. Let's just keep config. Yes, I know about that. I know what kubeconfig files look like. Okay. Know what that looks like. Show me how to parse that shit. Config view. Yep. Using it all the time. Very important to use that. Token auth file. That's not a thing. There's no such thing as token auth file. When did they add token auth file support? That is not supported. That is not supported. God damn it. Token auth file. Maybe it's a global command. God damn it. If that is here, I'm gonna be pissed. Token. Okay, that one I know. Nope, there's no such thing. I don't know where the fuck this answer came from, because this is not unofficial read the docs. That's why it's unofficial. There's no such thing as token auth file. The above file would likely correspond to API server was launched using blah. So that's the API server that was launched with that. That's not a kubectl. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Good. Client Go in cluster client config. Don't care. Create Kubernetes kube file. I want to use Go. kubectl get services, endpoints. Export kube config. Yes. The main reason we're here. Oh, look at this. Oh, damn! I was afraid of this. Fuck you, Windows. We can't. We're gonna have to grab off. Look at that. Look at that semicolon. We're gonna have to use Windows paths in order to get the authoritative kubeconfig entry from the environment variable, which we still have to add. Oh my god. My drink is gone. Can I have another one? Oh my god. Okay, so we have a couple things to do. One of the things we have to do is make sure we know what the authoritative file is. And I think it's the first entry in kubeconfig if it exists. Otherwise, it's kubeconfig in home directory. But I need to read that in code before I do it because I don't want to build something that's incompatible with kubectl. Because otherwise, somebody's going to set kubeconfig environment variable and then go to set the login, and it's going to fuck up the file that they didn't think it was going to affect, and they're going to be pissed. So, because they're going to be a power user and they're going to know to use multiple config files, which most people don't. Most tools that are written, including kubectl-login. Kubectl-login, people keep telling me to use kubectl-login. Kubectl-login will fuck up your kubeconfig file. It has no knowledge of the actual kubeconfig that it's supposed to be modifying. So I don't want to hear it. It's time for, I gotta go get a drink. I gotta go get more drink. I promise. Where was I? I'm back. Okay, here we go. I actually found this and forgot to put it in my Zettelkasten the other day, and I kind of wanted it again. I told myself I was never going to use it. And now I kind of want to use it. Actually, I think we put it in the lab, didn't we? Oh God, please, Rob, please let me put it in the lab. I think I did. I did. I put it in the lab. Oh, I am feeling so much better about myself. All right, so the lab notes have this little bit of magical code here. Oh no, damn, I only put the OIDC code. I didn't, I take it all back, I'm a fail. I only put the OIDC cert termination code with root CAs, with custom root CAs. That's the only thing I put in there. God damn it. So we did find, where was it? API server, focusing on complaint, blah, 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 OIDC format. This is the one. Config API kubeconfig.1. So this is the one that defines the kubeconfig API object, and that's the one that I think it does say config API. So I think that is the right place to go. However, I don't. It's probably not worth looking at because we can. What we have to do is go back. I already found it once, and now I can't. I got to look into my Minikube history, my search history. What we were searching for was what we were searching for. We were like doing how to load kubeconfig with client Go. I mean, I have it cut and paste in a work chat. I can go get it if I have to, but I want to find it again because I want to document it. Client CMD API. All right, so mounting a kubeconfig using client Go. Mounting, you're going to call it mounting. Why would you call it mounting? It's not mounting. Oh, you're bind mounting it or something? All right, so you see this here? That is a valid kubeconfig value. Nobody uses that, but that's the way you should do it. And that means you can separate it. If it's on Windows, it's a semicolon, which means you should use system separator. If you're writing Go code for this. My cluster, API version, command. Yeah. No, that's not it. That's something different completely. Go base. Go base. This is not standard Go. What the hell is this? Config default file name. See that? Everybody's hard coded this shit in there because there's no standard library that does it well. What's this one? What's the, oh, this is a Kubernetes API. We already looked at this. Yeah, we already know all about this. Yeah, it doesn't tell us how to code it though. Out of cluster client configuration. Package client auth. No, I don't want to do that shit. No. 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 Update config from Amazon using cluster. No. Limited access. No. No. Wait, what? Keep config v1. This is actual docs. This is a real Kubernetes docs. Damn. Auth info. Yeah. Oh, we looked at this already. It tells you what the stuff is. It doesn't tell you what the keys are. It doesn't tell you to use user, because that is not fucking documented anywhere but the source code. It's not. It's not. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I want to be wrong so bad. This part I know. I want to use Clango. How do I load a kubeconfig file? I mean, it's a pretty fucking easy question. Golang load kube config file. Accessing AKBS kubeconfig, no. In cluster config of Kubernetes. Okay, map. No, I don't want to do that. No. Kubeconfig. What? That's the cluster API util kubeconfig. This is totally different. What the hell is this? What is this supported? This is a supported thing? What the hell is this? Cluster API. Oh, it's cluster. That's why it's cluster API. Never mind. Organized cluster access. No. Going with Viper. Configure access to multiple clusters. Yes, I know how to do that. We've done that. That's not what we're doing. We're trying to load it with Clango. Add a cluster client configuration. Oh, easy way to look at. Here's somebody else's idea. An easy way to load your kubeconfig. Oh God, we got to see this. I want to see what these people have to say about this. Somebody thinks they got all the answers. Let's go see. Maybe they do. Let's find out. Let's make sure we give it a try, shall we? We're going to go clone this repo using the amazing GitHub command line. If you're not using it, you're a slouch. You see how fast I just copied that repo? Because it's easier. Oh, damn. You seriously? You got like, what is your vendor here? What's in the vendor? Vendor. You literally have a vendor file. That's so cute. You have a cute vendor file that is complete. This is like fucking ancient. It's got to be ancient. An easy way to load it into your computer. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. I just laugh. Are you hand typing like a boss? Look at you go. Yeah, I can still beat you. Let's have a race. This is them loading it. Oh, let's look up kubeconfig. Why do they have lookup env? You don't need to do that. You don't need to do lookup env. You can just do env. This is old code. Retrieve the value of the environment variable named by the key. If the value is present in the environment, the value may be empty as return if the boolean is true. Otherwise, the return value will be empty. The boolean will be false. That's the wrong thing to do. That is very specifically the wrong thing to do. Just grab the value, and if it's empty, suck it. This is bad code. File path join kubeconfig. How do you know that that's the kubeconfig? Okay, you got it first. That logic is good. The logic is sound. By the way, do you see how they're not parsing up the first thing off here? This is totally false. If they have a kubeconfig, you don't fucking return kubeconfig. They're assuming that the kubeconfig value in kubeconfig is a single value. They've completely negated the fact that the kubeconfig environment variable is a fucking path that can be delimited by commas, because people who code for Kubernetes don't fucking know how it works. They don't know how kubeconfig works, and I'm just tired of it. There's so much shit. This is such bullshit because they don't know. And the people who wrote the even kubectls, they don't even fucking know. Okay, I gotta calm down and drink more vodka. Also, you should not be doing... Oh my God. If anybody does this, you should be fired on the spot. You do not... This is old code. You do not load the home environment variable. No. You should be using os.user home dir. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. I bet they use IOUtil still too because they're so ancient. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm just pissed because I want to be done. I would have been done a long time ago if I hadn't been for all this shitty code. Function load config kubeconfig string passes off the string rest.config. Ah, this is interesting. So they're pulling down the rest config environment model. See, I thought that might be a thing. I actually saw that earlier. This is good. That's worth opening this up. So this particular package may just be the model only, and that might be enough. There's another copy of this model under client command / API, but that thing is probably not the thing to use. I'm guessing that the REST API is the right one to use, and the whole point of this is to model our model after their model. And nothing says I am permanent more than REST. So let's take our new knowledge that we have and actually go look at this. Let's go look at this, and we're gonna come on out of here. We're gonna go back. Actually, no. Let me finish reviewing this kubeconfig thing. See if there's anything else I can learn from their code. The user profile stuff just shows they don't fucking have any idea how to parse anything. I can't think of talking about that. They're statting kubeconfig to see if it exists. If it is, they're loading it. Build comp from flags. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? This is interesting. This is interesting. There might be some useful information here. Which is not the #1 Stack Exchange answer, by the way. This is totally different. In cluster, rest in cluster config. See this? I think this is the way to go. I think rest in cluster config is the way to go. I really do. I do. Git.com. Kubernetes. We're going to go look up rest right now. Client go. Rest. And I have a feeling in cluster config is what we want. Despite how I think it's going to pull in. So, God, look at all those depths. Oh, look, they included the API just like we needed. They did. Conf. Look at that. Host, API path, content, config, username, password. That's different. That's totally different. We don't need that. In cluster config returns a config object, and a config object. Why are they defining constants? Can you even define a constant inside a function? I don't think you can do that. I'm learning some new Go here. That's totally stupid, but I had no idea you could do that. No, the whole point is it compiles fast, so you can't put that up at the top. How the fuck are they doing that? You can't have constants inside. I guess I don't know Go. It's not much as I thought I did. And why don't they just use embeds instead of constants? Run Secrets Kubernetes service account. Get environment Kubernetes services. What the hell is this? This isn't anything that we want. This is like a bunch of wasted shit. Kubernetes service port. Read file, TLS client config token. Constants and functions? I mean, maybe it's because it's only relevant to that function, I guess. I guess I could see that, but cert util new pool, cert root CA. Expect to load root CA conf, cert util. What the hell is this? TLS. I must be looking at the wrong thing. This has nothing. This is not just a straight up struct. It's not. In cluster returns the config object which uses the service account that Kubernetes gives to pods. It's intended for clients that expect to be running as a... This is totally wrong. This code is totally wrong. It's totally fucking wrong. Okay, so... In cluster returns a config which uses service account. Maybe it's used for a different purpose to load something off the nodes or something instead of actually using kubectl, which is what it says it is. That's why I got confused. In cluster, this is somebody who tried to load kubeconfig and spent a day trying to find the right thing to do to get the proper kubeconfig because it's not fucking documented, Kubernetes, and they ended up with the wrong thing, just like everybody else. And you have two types of people. You have the people who spend all day trying to find the right thing and give up and make their own thing, and then they end up making maps out of what should be named lists, and then you have the other people who put the wrong integration in and then pull in like 40 package dependencies along the way. Those are the two types of people you have, as opposed to organizing the project properly and distributing those packages independently, having the data model that's essential for doing anything in Kubernetes separate from all the other source codes, except having your fucking monolith. They have no idea. The Kubernetes team has no fucking idea what they're doing. I'm sorry, they don't know how to code Go. They really don't. They've created an amazing tool. It's really big. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think, but it's shit. It is absolute shit. In cluster config returns a config object which uses a service account Kubernetes gives to pods. Who gives a shit? Why would I want a service account that is given to pods to return to be involved with returning my Kubernetes configuration file that I just want to parse into something that looks a lot like JSON? Why the hell would I do that? Unless I thought that, oh, maybe REST is... It gets pulled out. It's just about the function. Just because, oh, the const. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. That would be my take on it, because I'm not used to seeing I had no idea you could do a constant in a function scope. You definitely can't do var in a actually no, you can't do function. You can't define functions like Python. You can't define functions in functions unless they're indirect and you're assigning them as variable assignment, which I actually really love. I really love that about Go versus Python. I hate writing like nested function assignments inside of Python so you can get, anonymous-ish functions. You can't do anonymous functions in Python. Fight me. I'm sorry. You can't do multi-line anonymous functions in Python. You can do a really shitty, ultra-long, impossible to read Lambda if you want to. You want to get a really great kick out of this? Go read the thread where Guido and the gang tried to add multi-line anonymous functions and finally gave up because they realized that significant whitespace completely shot him in the fucking foot and they couldn't do it. It's absolutely hilarious. It's just filled with schadenfreude. Like, we can't do this because significant whitespace, and they all just kind of walked away. Like, hey, maybe it was a bad idea for us to make significant white space in our language. But nobody said that. They just walked away. It's so good. It is just so totally classic. It is so totally classic. A bunch of know-it-alls who think everything, and then they try to do something simple like add multi-line anonymous functions to the language, and they're like, walk away. Because they can't fucking do it. Because they fucked up from the very beginning, and the core design of the language is screwed up. And Larry Wall calling him snake oil was totally right. And yet we still have to use it. Just like this. This is bullshit. This is totally horrible. Return config, bearer token string. That's a totally different thing, by the way. That has nothing to do with whatever this is. Load the kubeconfig file into a rest.config. Why the hell would I do that? I am reading a rest config right now. Why the fuck would I do that? I don't see any reason to do that. All right, here we go. A config is... God, look at this horrible, horrible doc. God, this code is so fucking bad. Type config. Host must be a host string. What does that have to do with config? I must be getting this wrong because that has nothing to do with loading a config file, a kubeconfig file. What am I missing here? I'm obviously missing something. TLS user agent string, disable compression. None of this shit has anything to do with loading kubeconfig. Why the fuck? Somebody like did a casual search, found rest.config, like, oh, that must be the kubeconfig format. No. All right, I regret ever looking at that code. Linker networks, you're full of shit. Bye-bye. And the only thing I can do is go back to the standard, which I'm now going to search for again. So I want to do one very simple thing. Golang load client go load config kubeconfig file. That's all I want to do. Very basic task. I've already done it in lots of other places, but I want to see what people say about this, right? So here, look, you have to load API machinery packages, APIs, metas v1, client Kubernetes REST. They're loading REST too, but no, now they're loading the client Go. I'm trying to write a Go program to get pod logs from the cluster I'm using AWS. This is pod logs. This is totally different. Following errors, creating logs. Where do I find Kubernetes service hosts? That's not related. Again, not related. There is a Stack Exchange here, Stack Overflow, that answers this question. I've seen it already once. I can't find it again. Kubernetes Go client. We're just making it. Here we go. We're getting close here. Build config from flags. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Although this uses REST too for some reason. Why does everybody use the in-cluster config for REST? They must be pointing to... only thing I can figure... Oh, I know. They must be pulling down the equivalent of a kubeconfig remotely over REST, which is why the name REST exists. That might actually be a thing. Okay, so this is it. Wait. So here's the out of cluster. You see that out of cluster thing? So this here, client build config from flags. No, this one. Where is it? Creating a client that implements Kubernetes interface. No, I don't want to do that. I saw it just a second ago and it went away. It's this big ass, it's this really big ass function. It's in the API library. Out of cluster configuration, main go. Seriously, it's not there. Kubeconfig, you can go look at what kubeconfig does. Generate secret. Cluster API util kubeconfig. You'd think that there would be a nice like, oh, I don't know, like a config struct inside of the kubeconfig package to help us out here, but no. Create secret. I don't want secrets. From an environment test, generate secret. New. Why would I want a new config with x509 certs in it? What the fuck? No. This is not it. No. It's so sad. It's so sad. New client server rotation. No. How do I create kubeconfig file from rest.conf object? Generate kube configuration. This will be interesting. There's no way you can do that, actually. Not safely. Because you don't know. Client config, new default client config loading rules. New default client config. So this is the this got downvoted. Look at how many times it got downvoted. Oh my god, it's such a disaster. It's a disaster. I mean, it should be such a simple thing. This is the main interface to Kubernetes, and yet it's such a fucking disaster. Help on the client set. Next page. I'm on page 2. Dev, creating a Kubernetes client with cluster. I don't want a Kubernetes client. New for config. Controller, Kubernetes package. You know what sucks so bad is I actually found this. I found it and I deleted it. This might be it actually. Nope, I've already seen this one too. Oh, that's right. It was related to context. That's right. It was related to context. It was like, hey, I want to get all the context. Yeah, okay, this is it. You have to have loading rules, and then you have to have a default client, and then you need to override those rules, and then you need this big-ass function right here. New client command, new non-interactive deferred loading client config, rules overrides. That is the actual way to do this. Okay, so that's a different version from the one I saw before, but I'm gonna add it. Seriously, that is what you have to do to load a fucking file. So you have to make rules and overrides. All right, let's do that. And I'm not even proud. I'm just gonna fucking do it. I don't care. I'm just so tired of this. I wanna do something else. Internal kubeconfig. You should put on a shirt. Yeah, cube config. We're gonna put kubeconfig dot. We're gonna make a function called load. And the thing about this is that the kubeconfig that you pull in is the combination of everything that would come out of a view. That's why it's so complicated, because it takes into account all the different possible kubeconfigs in the path, which was unnecessarily over-engineered for some fucking reason. So yeah, this is gonna load. It's gonna. Oh, my wife's home. My wife is home for better or worse. She's gonna come in here. Turn nil. Yeah, we're gonna do this config loading rules. Who fucking names that? Rules equals client command control loading rules expect blah 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 kubeconfig. Explicit path. Why does it have to be explicit path? Because if you're explicit path, current context dev cluster. We don't want any overrides at all. The funny thing is you have to have overrides. So even you can't load the thing unless you have overrides. It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. I'm sorry. It's totally fucking stupid. Explicit path is going to be file. There we go. And it's going to bark at me, but I don't care. So kconf return kconf. Missing comma. Why am I missing comma? Where the hell? I seriously, I just want to be done, man. I am so fucking done with this. Why don't we just do this? How about that? 27. Client config, comma, override. Oh, whoopsie. This is why you don't make big ass names, because it like pushes everything off the screen. You can't see it. Like this big ass bullshit name. Oh my god, it's so fucking bad. Whoever named that should be shot, and I mean it, like shot with a dart gun, like in the eye with like a Nerf gun, up from close range. Can you believe it? Seriously. And I've saved this thing. You know why it's taking so long? Because it's trying to do the syntax check against this big ass piece of shit package. Oh my god. Seriously. Look at that documentation, my friends. If you make functions like that, seriously, I will find you. Don't let me know. I will pull a Punisher on you. I will find you, and I will punish you. Oh my god. I don't even want to put it in my code, because then somebody's going to think that I actually agree that that should be used. Nobody should fucking use that ever. Somebody thought that was a good idea, and I know that someone is probably got met by $250,000 a year from Google as an engineer. So next time you think that you're incapable of writing great Go code or being a senior software engineer or working at Google, think again, because this bullshit came from somebody who probably made over $200K a year. This is the official client library for dealing with the Kubernetes configuration file. All I want to do is parse a YAML file. That's all I want to do. I just want to load it up, and I want it to be good. But I can't, because they over-engineered this shit like Google does everything. Google over-engineers everything. What's the latest project they just had to fold over and say, oh shit, we're going to close that down because it sucks, because we over-engineered it again? How many times has Google over-engineered something that has failed miserably? Google Groups, Google Glass, Google whatever the fuck. They are constantly doing it. Senior reviewers to code like that, even if they didn't want to. That's very possible. Anybody who codes like that does not know how to code Go. And I'm basing that statement on Rob Pike and the gang. Donovan, Pike, and Mr. Unix himself. They are the ones who defined how Go should be written. And that is not... If they saw that, they would slap... They would literally... Pike would probably actually slap the person. But Rob Pike would probably slap the programmer who made that name. I mean, he probably would actually physically slap them. No, he doesn't do that anymore. You can't get him to... Oh, Go documentation is horrible. Google is one of the worst companies, the worst tech companies on the planet. And they have everybody fooled. Everybody wants to work there. Oh my God, he works at Google. He must be really smart. Somebody who works at Google thought that was a good name. And somebody else, probably lots of other people, think that person is smart. I'm here to tell you that person is not smart. They're a fucking idiot. And Wyatt was like, Rob, are you getting so bent out of shape over like long names? Because it's taking me like an extra hour of my own time while I'm drinking vodka to try to deal with how horrible this code is from Google. Don't get mad, get busy. And by the way, maybe take this as a warning, to myself included. I don't care. They can fire my ass. I am not writing code like that. I may write that code like that on accident. I make mistakes. Maybe that person made a mistake. No, seriously, how do you make a name like that by mistake? Somebody thought that these names were actually a good idea. I've complained about this for like 4 days straight, so I should stop. But every time I see them, I'm like, oh my God. And I'm just like, what I'm trying to say is, I make mistakes. And you make mistakes. We all make mistakes. But we should learn from them and we should move on. And if you actually pick a name like that willingly, seriously, I will fucking find you. I will find you. I will hunt you down. And I will Jessica Jones your ass. Or Punisher your ass, or whichever of your Defenders that you're into these days. I'm watching Defenders right now. Can you tell? interact differently. So like probably git blame. I know. I want to git blame the shit out of this. I so do. Should we? I totally could git blame that. I I thought of that already. Last week I thought of that, git blaming it. I was like, no, because they'll get hate mail. No, they'll get hate mail, and then and I'll be like a party to their murder. It's a joke. Calm down. Calm down. It's a joke. Don't murder this person. When I say that I want to rip them limb from limb for naming a variable like this, I want everyone to know that it's a joke. It's just a joke. It's a horrible joke. It's a horrible against terms of service joke that I'm making while drinking vodka. Variable names with line breaks possible. Oh my god. Cuckoo, that was perfect. That was perfect. You know what you should do? That would be fun. That would just be a fun joke. We need to do that as a joke. We need to do that as a joke. We need to start an issue. Dude, I will totally upvote that shit. If you make a Go proposal that cites specific examples in production code bases that require multi-line wrapping because the names are so fucking long, and totally onions that shit, totally sarcastically says, I seriously suggest that we should add line returns as identifiers, I will totally upload that. I will totally upload that shit. And then what we could do is we could link to every. That's such a great idea. Oh my god, that's such a great idea. You're a genius. You're a genius. You're a total genius. You need to like commit that, and then we can find all the shitty code out there that does this, and we can say, see, here's another case where a line return would have been helpful in the name of the identifier. The line break is. We totally have to make that. Oh my god, that would be so funny. That would be so funny. You know what? You probably get Ian to take it on. Ian would probably put it in because he doesn't like that either. Pike doesn't. None of them like it. That would be kind of a fun, like tongue-in-cheek sort of, cheeky ass like. We would beat around the bush Kubernetes bashing. That would be so great. It wouldn't just be Kubernetes bashing. It would be bashing anyone who's coding Kubernetes like shitty C++ writers or Java programmers, right? It would be basically the anti thread for style about what you should. This is literally the polar opposite of the recommended naming style conventions in Go. It is literally the polar opposite. So I want a snake case to be a thing. I go, it is a thing. I go, you want to see something? Do you want me to show you something? You want snake case? Do you want to see the single worst name I have ever seen in any Go code ever on planet Earth? It is by far the most disgusting, ugly Go code in production I have ever seen. Ever. It's hands down my number one top worst ugly thing. It's in client command. Not only did they uppercase everything, but they also snake cased everything. I'm not even kidding. It's like, who the fuck wrote this? It's so bad. I have to show you. It's so bad. I have to show you. This is kind of fun. I'm having fun now because we're having fun here. Tools, client. I mean, maybe this will be fun for somebody, someplace, someday. They'll be like, I'm never writing code like that. Maybe you guys will actually learn it, and not learn to write shitty code like this. So where is it? We have to find, let me get all the functions here. Let me get all the functions here. Actually, get grep -e. I'm gonna find it for you. Oopsie. So it's the same library. Oh, I know. It absolutely is the same library. Oh, it must be up a level. It must be up a level. Where is it? Come on, baby. Where are you? Are you up higher than that? I thought you were... All right, here we go. Let's do, yeah, that one. Mutating webhook. I gotta find it. It's so bad. They actually put underscores in it, and it's designed to make up for the conversion between V1 and V2. Yeah, it has underscores. Actually, let's do this. Grep underscore. Because it has an underscore in it. Oh wait. Yeah, it would be after the funk. Funk Soul Brother. This is a very lazy way to search, but I cannot believe I saw this. Now I can't find it. I gotta find it now because I'm going to write about it. Test filter partial matches sometimes missing annotations. All right, that's a test, so that's fine. I can forgive long test names because they become actual names and become rhetorical names. So that I can definitely forgive. So new rate limiting quota, new longest running processor second metric, new latency. They could have just made different packages for this stuff. That's the thing that kind of drives me nuts. They didn't need to do it this way. Response writer. I'm never going to find it. I think it's convert. Yeah, there it is. There it is, right there. Oh, it's so funny too because it's like, I don't know, man. There's some. There's so many of them. Convert V1 config to API. This is, I mean, who thought it was a good idea to capitalize 2 but keep API all lowercase? I mean, seriously. Who thought that was a good idea? I don't get it. I just don't get it. It's just entertaining. That's all I have to say about this. It's just entertaining how bad it is. Somebody committed that. You know what's worse? Somebody approved that commit. Someone thought there was nothing wrong with that name. They're like, no, that's good. We're good. Yeah, as long as it does what we need. Who gives a shit? It's good enough for government work. That's how you know that Kubernetes was actually all inside of Google. Nobody who wrote Kubernetes ever thought that their code was ever going to be seen by the entire fucking world. And so they wrote shit. And now the world can see their shit. Look at this. Look at this name. Convert scheme scale spec to V1 beta 2 scale. Oh my god, it's so bad. It's just so bad. Just don't. You just never know when someone's going to make fun of your code later because it's going to get made public. So, extra credential status. Convert V1 beta extra credentials. Oh my god, it's just bad. That's not even the beginning. That's not even the one I was looking for. I was looking for the one that has to do with the config. Yeah, it's just add rate limit. Register conventions just like new rate limiting queue with config. Oh, okay. I mean that's kind of the boundary for me right there. That is not a horrible name. That's probably not my favorite name, but I'm okay with that name. That's about the most I would be okay with, because you're only calling it once, and so yeah, I would rather have things that are more intuitive from the arguments that are passed to it myself personally. So what are we doing here? We're just looking for shitty names. So anyway, I think we actually have what we want to do here. Um, so let's actually run load and test it. Go test. This should probably test just fine. You see all these new. God, I'm gonna have to use the entire Go fuzzing library just to have this. Damn. Okay, so the important thing here is I didn't pull in any non-X. These X is fine. That's kind of the standard. It's the pseudo standard library. Go fuzz is from Google, so that's an approved library. And Go IOTils is fine. That's it. If that's all the depths that we just pulled in, we're good to go. This is why I did this. The reason I did this is because I wanted to see what level of depths I was going to pull in just to parse the fucking config file using the standard method. And it's not too bad. It's really not. We have API machinery client Go klog, JSON and structure merge diff. These packages got pulled in. The rest of them were already there for the most part. So that's actually not as bad as I thought. I'm happy to report. I'm happy to report that in order to use the proper parsing mechanisms without calling out to kubectl is fine, right? And I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that. Now we have the API here and we have the client config here. So let's actually do this, shall we? Let's actually test this. So I'm going to make a test case for this. I'm actually going to write some code instead of complain. And we're going to underscore test. We're going to make an example test. They're my favorite because they're easy to write. Example load. And we just need to check the output. We don't need to have any output right now, foo. And just call it. We're just going to call it fmt println, and we're going to print what we load. I don't even know if it can be serialized, but we're going to find out. So we're going to load kubeconf.load, and that should load the default main kubeconfig, right? Go test. And that kubeconfig, you have too many return values. Oh, well, that's why we do this. Let's do an entr bash-c clear go test ... We're only watching one file, but who cares? We could do find dot dash name dot go. All right, so anytime anything with Go changes, we're going to update. It's going to run. So we have an error here somewhere. What does the error say? Too many return values, line 32. All right, so at 32, oh, right. If it equals nil, return nil. We're going to log the error. I'm a big fan of logging errors instead of actually returning them for this kind of thing anyway. Can I use kconf? We're going to put rest config. God damn it. Why did I didn't say there was a rest config in there anywhere. That's a rest config type? Are you telling me that this actually returns a rest config? That means that the program itself is using rest config. That's fucking idiotic. That is fucking idiotic. 22. I want to return a rest.config. Oh my god. I cannot believe I'm doing this. I cannot. It works though. Look at that. It fucking works. I hate that that works. I really hate that this works. No. Okay, we're going to do the proper thing here. Return kconf and nil. So let's actually do this kubeconfig test. I want to see what the context section is. So we're going to say conf kconf equals whatever. And we have to have an error. We don't give a shit about the error. And now we need to do the clever not use. Okay, watch this. I'm going to use it. Kconf clusters. I think that is a thing. I don't know though. We'll go look at it. So let's look at this thing here. So that is a rest.config. So what exactly is a rest.config? I have no fucking idea. I don't know. Kconf. Just print it. See how it marshals. Let's go look, zoom in. So that's all the binary data. That's the cert, most likely. Holy shit. Yeah, that's the cert. You know what's funny? Is that the bearer token got redacted. How crazy is that? Oh, it's because we printed it. That's because we printed it. This is the current host. This is insane. API path. Content config, rest configuration. Negotiate assessment, time serial name, username, password, none, bearer token redacted. What the hell is this? Auth provider nil. How does it have a nil auth provider? It doesn't even read the right things. It's not even reading the right things. Cert file qfile.ca. It's so weird that kubeconfig uses this to actually print the data out. That can't possibly be right. It can't. That's supposed to be representing this file right here. This is the file that's supposed to be representing, and it obviously is not. I just don't understand how that is supposed to be. We got something wrong. That is not loading shit. No, it's not. Oh my God. I mean, I remember this, right? Did it not load the file properly? What do the rules look like? What the hell? Go test. That's right. Shit. Look at that. It's a totally false thing. Yep, it didn't load it. Whatever this rest config is, that is not what we want. That is not at all what we want. It's just not. It's not it. So it's not it. So I must have mistaken. Here's our example test. I mean, we don't need this. Yeah, it's like, yeah. So, fine. So this is what it thinks it's loading. It loads the map, but it's false. It doesn't actually load the map. So it doesn't even do what we want it to do. Client config loading rules explicit file path. We got the path right because there you go. Look. Right? And that file has something in it. It does. It's not like the file's empty. Right? So what? So it gets the rules right. What are the overrides? Wait. Client config loading rules. What are those even supposed to be? Explicit path. Migration is a map of destination files to source files. If destination file is not provided, source file is present and copied. Do not resolve paths indicates whether or not to resolve paths with respect to the originating file. Warn if all missing indicates whether the configuration file pointed by kubectl environment variable. So it warns the user about the missing file. Okay. Client config loading rules is an explicit path and string. Specify location to use for callers. env var path files is set. Unless the files are set or the home directory path. Explicit path is special because if a user specifically requests a certain file to be used, and error is reported if this file is not present. Interesting. I mean, part of the problem I have is I have to decide whether to make this be a collective view of all the config files that potentially a user could have, or is it the finite view that's only in the main config file? And its values in the net connect. Possibly, who knows? So, yeah, this says file is. I don't know if we need actually client config here. I don't know why we need that. What is that about? That returns a REST config. Returns a complete client configuration. See, but I don't think it does actually. I don't think it does. Loader creates a config client. Look at this. A config client config. It's not even the right fucking name. They documented it wrong. Creates a client config using the pass. I cannot approve of this. I can't. It's so fucking bad. Yeah, I got caught in it again. You know what? I got sucked in again. I got sucked into trying to do the right thing by using the actual libraries. I think I need to just go away. I'm kind of. It's so fucking bad. It's so fucking bad. It's just horrible. I don't know. Overrides. It returns the client config. I don't even know what that is. Let's try to. I don't know. Let's just try to do something with it. I don't even know. I mean, we could just return that. Yep. This is not going to work because this returns a different thing. It returns one of these client configs. my god, that's so fucking bad. Got nothing. Got me nothing. Oh wow, that's interesting. We actually got something there, but I don't know what. Let's go see. So, what is it? What is our first thing? A piece of data returns the merge result of all overrides. A raw config. So client config is an interface, really? The client config turns a REST client, returns a complete client config, returns a merge result of all overrides, returns a complete client config, namespace returns the namespace resulting from the merge result of all overrides and a boolean indicating it was overridden. Config access returns the rules for loading, persisting the config. Client config is used to make it easy to get an API server client. I mean, I don't know. So, dot raw. How about this? How about we do dot raw config. All right, we're getting there. We have maps now. We have 3 maps, so we're getting closer. We're definitely getting closer to what we want. So, yeah, it looks like the second, what is it, the third argument is what we want. So that returns an API config object, which is the thing we've been looking for. Yeah, so we actually want the first part. So I don't know if we want raw config or we want the other one. Honestly, I don't know the difference. So there shouldn't be a difference, but there is. So this is going to return a client config. That returns a client config interface. Something that fulfills the client config interface. So let's go back into here. So this fulfills the interface. So that's the client config interface. What does that interface entail? And I don't know. Client config returns the client config. I don't know what I don't know. Let's go up here. Let's go client config. So this is an interface. Okay, so we can have a raw config, a client config. Returning an interface is usually not a thing that you want to do, by the way. You just return a thing and you don't care about the return interface type. The return thinking for coding, yeah. Normally you would never return an interface. You would return an object that fulfills the interface. You really don't give a shit, right? By returning an interface, you limit the use of the thing that gets returned to that interface, which is a completely horrible use of interfaces usually. So we can, what we need to know is returns the merge result of all overrides. Client config returns a complete client config. I have no fucking idea what that is. I'm pretty sure raw config is the thing we want. It returns the rules about persisting the configuration. Namespace returns the namespace resulting from the merge result of all overrides. And Boolean indicating if it was overridden. So that's like whatever my current namespace is. Raw config is what we want. All right. So I'm confident of that now. So we're going to say, I mean, I don't, I don't know what to return here. We're going to return a client command API.config. Yes, that's what we want. That's actually exactly what we want. That's exactly what we want. We wanted that all along, actually. Yes, this is what we want. So then we want dot raw config. Okay, I think we're making progress here. I mean, this is a pain in the ass, but it's I think it's what we want. So too many return values in kubeconfig line 25. 3 hours later. Interfaces that hide a whole bunch of shit. Yes. Amen. Just like a perfect Java programmer. There is no doubt in my mind that Kubernetes was created by Java programmers who learned Go in like a weekend. I feel very confident saying that now. And it doesn't give me any pleasure. It explains why it's such shit, quite frankly. If you've ever seen significant Java code bases, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And there are a lot of them. And people that code Java are like 9 to 5 people who just punch the clock and do their minimum. And I didn't make those rules. I don't like calling it that, so yeah. API. Yeah, this here is this is gonna be interesting. I don't know how this is gonna work because it can't find this particular type here. Yeah, see that has to be this API. I'm gonna call it API actually. Yeah, we should be able to pull that off. I'm trying to make this easier because these things are so fucking ugly. That's not completely horrible. All right, so how are we doing? We have too many return values on line 25. I drank 2 drinks of vodka and I still want more. Kate's was based off some Java code, I think, yeah. Well actually, you know what I think happened? I think Borg existed in Java way before it ever came to be in Go. Pike invented Go, and then everybody kind of moved over to Go internally because they didn't want to use Java. I think that's actually what really happened inside the company. So I don't have any evidence for that, but I get a sense that that's exactly what happened. And I mean, Pike wrote Go specifically for, and I quote, beginner programmers to write with a language that was easy, that came from Python and Java. And he called these people beginners, and he was around them every day, all the time, building core infrastructure for Google. So he was like, man, we got to do something better. This is not working. This is horrible. And he was trying to wrangle all the bad coders, and he wrote Go. And so, I would really love to have known all the internal intricacies of that entire drama that went down to get Go out because of shit like this, frankly. This returns 2 values, doesn't it? I think it does. Yeah, it returns API config and an error. Engineers were too dumb to write proper C. No, go read Pike. Go was built for beginning engineers who didn't understand like important things like C. I'm not kidding. But most of the code for Google was C++ before Go. Most of the code was C++, Python, and Java, and then Go happened. Coming out of Google, they don't tend to know very well what they're doing. That's interesting. Well, I mean, sample size is small, but yeah. I just think it's funny because so many people go into Google and, you know, I do not regret at all not working for Google. Or as if those beginner engineers were Google employees. Yeah. No, I mean this is what Pike said. Pike said beginners, right? And he was referring to pretty senior systems programmers at Google when he said beginners. And to him they were beginners, maybe. You know. Some mismatch. Oh, my test case is broken now. Okay, so let's throw the arrow away. We don't care for now. Oh, damn. We're getting very close here. We're getting very close, my friends. I could probably map that to JSON right off the bat. Should I try? Should I try? You know what I could do is I could extend the type. I could extend the type for API config so that I have my own type. You want to see? Let's try this. This will be fun. This is actually fun. This is like extracurricular activities. Type config, right? Our type is api.config. We're going to make our own type because we're going to do our own methods on it. We're going to implement stringer on it. So then we can do this. Func config. You know? Actually, let's not do that since we already know that has a bug. We already know that has a bug, so let's do JSON. Actually, we already have this exact code written for something else. Come on, Rob. We already have this code written for contexts. Yeah, it's right here. So we can just add that and encapsulate that other type. And then provide those functions. And change context to config. And it just works. It just generically works for everything. This is actually pretty much standard template for this kind of thing. So why is that a thing? Because in our test now, instead of printing out what we did, we can actually add the other part of this, which I didn't grab, which is called print. Where is it? There it is. Print and log. I can add these other two. Oopsie, wrong file. I can add these things to here as helpers. Change this to config. And we get these nice happy helper functions. So if you don't like looking at Go's version of things, which I definitely don't, you can do this instead. And that, if this works, should be nice, pretty JSON. Nope. Got a problem. No filter method print. I just added it. Log print c.json. c.json config. Why you no work? Oh, I know why. Because we're returning a raw config instead of a config. So let's cast it. We're going to cast it. That's perfect. And then over here we can just type, we can return config instead. And that should do it. Nope. Multi-value, non-interactive. Is a single value context. Oh shit. Oh, because I cast it. Alright, fine. Alright, fine. Alright, so we can say this. We can say conf error equals this. It's not gonna let me cast it, so whatever. And then we can return. We can cast the conf to config. That should work. That should work. Should, I say. Yep, there we go. And so then we can pipe that to JQ. Actually, if we wanted to, I mean, you know, that's not doing, we're doing JSON Marshall 6. What is the other one? Marshall. Is it pretty? What is it called? There's another one. It's called Marshall FMT or Marshall Big or something. I can't remember it. I can't remember it. Marshall indent. That's it. Marshall indent. Marshall indent. Thank you. Somebody said it, I'm sure. And now, ooh, watch how pretty. That's how pretty that is. Isn't that pretty? Doesn't that look like a kubeconfig file? It really kind of does. Because guess what? That's what it is. And that is exactly the content of kubeconfig file. Now, the important thing to note here is that we have maps instead of named lists. And that is super duper important because this is the right thing to do. And I'm confident doing this. This is it only pulls in 5 packages. Just 5. The other thing too is that this is supposed to observe kubeconfig, right? So let's test that. This is supposed to observe kubeconfig. And if the reason I'm doing this is because then I don't have to write the code to go check out if kubeconfig has been set. That's already there. You know? So that alone is a reason to use a load like this. Right? Now, to take it back, I take it all back. It's actually explicitly loading this file. Let's try to get rid of that. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens if we drop that. If it actually loads all of them. This is very important information to me. I know I'm kind of deep diving here, but it's worth it to me. So, okay, there we go. So by default, it does not know where to look. So it creates a new one that does not know where to look. These are the values that you would find if you were to do a kubeconfig without a kubeconfig even being there. Now, to be fair, let's do this. Let's do kubeconfig equals tilde dot kube config. Does that do it? Nope. Still doesn't find it. So that's really fascinating because that means that the thing we're supposed to be loading is not doing the right thing. It's not. It needs you to specify the file and all that shit. The whole purpose of using the API was to get around that. We wanted to find some magical logic that looks at the kubeconfig path with colons or semicolons depending on what OS and finds the right one, and then it combines it with the kube home directory and it puts them all together and it puts them, kumbaya. It's this like wonderful API thing that comes out of it, right? The same exact thing, by the way, that comes out of a kubeconfig view. That's exactly what we want, but we don't want the stuff redacted, right? We want the values. By the way, it only redacts it if you print it. If you don't print it, it's still there, right? But we can't use config view and then parse that output because it's already been redacted and we lose that, which we don't want. We actually want the token values. This is the real purpose of using the API in the first place. So now we're using the API and we've got that involved. Now, part of me wants to just say, look, you either use the default kubeconfig file, or it's the first path in your user home directory, in your kubeconfig file. The problem is that I cannot confirm that that is the behavior of the kubectl command, right? What I need to do is I need to confirm, I need to confirm that if I have a kubeconfig file that has, if I have a kubeconfig setting that has multiple kubeconfig files, that if I make a change to something, that it will add it to the right one. And I can actually test that by just using the kubectl commands right now. So, well, I'm going to test that right now, because kubectl equals, so we could say temp sum config, right? Kubectl config view. It will be nothing. It will be, wait, what? Oh wait, kubeconfig. Is it kubeconf or kubeconfig? Is it conf or kubeconfig? It's kubeconfig. All right, so kubeconfig does what we want, right? Even though it dumps these like really shitty log outputs. You know, I was all concerned about putting date stamps in my log output, and now I'm like not concerned. So if you specify a kubeconfig file, it will use that one, right? Now, if I actually add something, so let's do that. Let's say set content. Let's see, set cluster. How about that? Set cluster name sum. I don't know what the arguments are, so I'm gonna have to look them up. Oh wait, select cluster prod server equals home.rdvx.gg. Is that right? No, let's do prod :6443. Actually, I think it's 8443. Can't remember. All right, so set cluster for kubectl. I thought it was server. Okay, set cluster. Oh, it's config, of course. Of course. Config. All right, so config not found, temp sum config, cluster prod set. So it couldn't find it, and so it should have made it. So sum config. Boom, there we go. It made a config file for me. Nice. All right. Now, what is it going to do if I have something else in there? So what if I say, let's remove it. Temp sum config. I'm going to remove it. What if I have two in there? Sum config, say conf1 colon temp conf2. What is it going to do? It set the cluster, but which one did it use? Which one did it use? If I go back up here and I say config view, what am I going to see? Where did that file come from? No idea. And it's probably, oh damn, you got to be kidding me. It's from the second one? Holy shit. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. You realize what that means? that means that the last configuration in the path wins. That is a really big reveal for me. Yeah. All right, so let's actually try something now. So let's use the same command now, but now let's try to test our code. It still sees nothing. Why? Because it can't resolve all of those paths. It can't resolve the paths. Why is this important? The reason this is important is because when I'm making a kubectl-login thing, I need to update credentials in a file, and I need to know exactly which file needs to get those credentials. And therefore, kubectl has to make assumptions about what files get modified when multiple files are included in the path for kubeconfig, or if there's no kubeconfig, how to find the .kube/home, which is the default. So the behavior of my kubectl plugin must, and I emphasize must, see what the last variable of the path is. That means I have to split the kubeconfig environment variable, grab the last one, no matter what, grab the last one and always use that as the file for modification and updating. Or I need, if there is no kubeconfig environment variable, I need to modify the file explicitly. That is extremely important, and I guarantee you that there are tools out there that don't do it. And I would bet money that the very popular kubectl-login does not do this. I would bet money that it does not do this. What's it? Other programs will stop on the first thing found in the path. Let's do the opposite. I know. That's why I always use time coordinates to travel every time dimension. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to walk around for a bit. Here's some music. I think I got one more little hourly pomo in me, and I'll be out of here after we've gone through all that hassle. We now have we have a successful kube config that we're able to print and dynamically load, and I'm going to keep that. One of the things I immediately have to fix, though, is we have to assume that we're dealing with the authoritative Kubernetes file. kubectl already has this concept of authoritative based on that. So I'm going to change these things here to say returns the authoritative, returns the path to the main authoritative, is that a word? Authoritative Kubernetes configuration file. Which is the last path in kubeconfig, or to the or .kube/config within the user's home, within the current user's home directory. All right, so that's a big deal, man. Returns the authoritative path, the full path to the authoritative Kubernetes directory containing the authoritative Kubernetes. Hell, we could just do file and then just we don't even need the dir. Turns to directory contains the Kubernetes file. Yeah, we don't even need this. No, we can put this in here. Yep. Does not check. Should we actually check for the existence of the file? I don't know. Let's see what kubeconfig does. I want it to be a bike night, but I don't think it's going to be. I got to finish this. This is like way overdue. So if I, check it. So if I, where's my, I got to go back to my other test. I have that all in the shell here, in the shell history. If I do this and I view it, it combines the two, right? So temp conf1 is nothing, right? So if I actually do this, where's my create again? All right, so let's go ahead and set cluster, but let's just do conf1 this time. All right, so now temp conf1 has got a thing in there, and conf2 has got a thing in there, right? And they're both prod. Let's actually change one. Let's make one of them say prod 2, right? Which one's going to win? Which one is going to win? And as you can see, prod 1 wins. This is so fucked up. I just have no way to even say. It's so fucked up. Sometimes it's the last thing, sometimes it's the first thing. It's completely inconsistent. So, in this case, conf1 wins. That is so fucked up. I cannot overstate how fucked up that is. The only thing that I'm learning here is that nobody should ever do anything with kubectl that involves more than one kubeconfig file, because the code is full of bugs. Let me prove it again to you. Okay, the reason I'm so upset. See how I have two configuration files here, as is supported by the kubeconfig in kubectl, right? So when I try to do a config view, which is supposed to combine the two files together, right? That is supposed to, config view, the whole point of this is supposed to like combine the files. So this is supposed to naturally look over here and grab this one and then grab this one and combine them and give me the authoritative answer. But because of this, I have two clusters that both have prod as the name, and the one that wins is the first one. But watch this. If I actually do the same thing and I add a new thing, right? So let's say I do kubeconfig. Wait, we'll find the two there. Kubeconfig view. Let's say, where's my credentials? There's something that was setting cluster. There we go. Same exact order for kubeconfig. Temp conf1, temp conf2. kubectl config set cluster prod server prod name home whatever, right? So I'm going to change the name. I'm going to say I want it to be new prod, right? Can you guess which file is going to be changed? Can you guess? Based on what we just saw from this over here, we would think that the file that's going to be changed is the first file, right? Because that's what it showed us. It decided that the first file won, that it won over the other one, and that it was going to tell us the first one instead. But instead, when you go to do when you actually make a change, so based on that, you might assume it's going to change the first file on your path. But so you go ahead and do a set cluster prod, and this time when you make a change, which does it change, right? So now you're going to go back in and very naturally, you're going to do a config view, and you get a new one. So which one did it change? That one did the right thing. So which file got changed? And so we're going to say conf1. I'm going to look at temp conf1. We see that temp conf1 got changed. It's completely acting differently when there's not a file there. I think I caught myself. I think the reason for that is because the other file didn't exist, or it was empty. I think that was it. There's like an edge case. There's an edge case where it doesn't work. So that's doing what I would expect, and it's also doing what I always thought, which is the first file. But everybody was on the stream. You saw it use the second path like half an hour ago. So it's not completely consistent. The moral of the story is don't put multiple paths in your kubeconfig. Just stick with one file. A lot of people don't even know you can put more than one file in there. Just stick with one file. You'll be good to go. So, because this actually changed the first one, because there's a file there, right? Now, what happens if I remove that file? Or, how about this? What happens if I empty the file? What happens if there's a file but there's nothing in it? Is it still going to add it? Is it still going to add it? Nope. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. There is a file. The file exists, but because there's no data in the file, it's like, I'm not going to do anything in there. How you doing, Robbins? That is so fucked up. I'm using absolutely the latest version of kubectl. Absolutely. I'm totally using the latest version. Look at that. And that just changed it here. There is a file, my friends. Conf1 exists. It exists, but for some reason, the thing that resolves what things get updated doesn't give a shit about the file existing. What it should have done is to say, hey, I have a file, it's empty. I should probably go into that file and set stuff. But instead of doing that, it says, well, let me first check to see if this other file already has a prod in it. Because if it does, then I'll update that one. General create message. Hey, Purple L. So, okay, thanks, Raiders. So what I'm trying to say is that if you're using kubeconfig, you should encourage your users to not use the path functionality of the kubeconfig environment variable. It is broken. It's fundamentally broken inside of kubectl. And there's no plans for them to change it, and it's a clusterfuck of a bunch of code. If you don't believe me, just look at this stuff that I had to write to be able to even load the file. And I had to pull in 5 package dependencies just to load the thing. I had to set in explicit rules and blah, blah, blah. And just in order to even load it. Right? And I'm actually going to have to change this back because you cannot have a non-explicit path, otherwise it just makes an empty one. So that's actually going to have to change back. We're going to have to change that. But that file is where we're going to have to write that code. We have a to-do there. So we're going to have to write a to-do here to get this. So what I'm trying to say to you is that you cannot trust the kubeconfig. Because here's, if I, look, the code that I was about to write to emulate what the kubectl file does is very simple. It would seem to be very simple, right? It would be like, if I have a kubeconfig environment variable, then grab the first path off the environment variable, splitting based on the splitter, whether it's semicolon or colon, grab the first one, and that is it. That is the authoritative path to the file or directory, right? But that is not accurate. The algorithm, as we just derived without being able to look at the source code, is different than that. What it does is it says, if there's more than one item in this path and any object at all that I want to modify is in any of the files, then the last file wins. What I'm trying to say is that I can't code this. I cannot code this algorithm because the algorithm is fundamentally taken care of inside of the kubectl command. And there is no exposed API function to produce that kind of behavior. There is nothing inside of the command client API that will give you the authoritative file to be used to write to. There's nothing, because it's completely dependent on what kind of application is calling it. Hey, how are you? Thank you for that. Maya's viewers. Oh, I love Maya's viewers. Yes. How are you, everybody? I'll stop rating. I'll stop swearing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming. I'm trying to eat popcorn and be happy and listen to French music, but I'm doing Kubernetes stuff and it's keeping me up, and I wish I was done. I'm still working on stuff I want to be done with for work, and it's pissing me off because it's absolute shit code. So look at that. Who thinks that's a good name? Who thinks that's a good name, by the way? I haven't meditated this evening. I really haven't. I need to. That's the official name that you have to call in order to load the Kubernetes configuration file. Somebody thought that was a good idea. You want to see the documentation for it? Here you go. Look at the documentation for this thing. Non-existent. Look at this documentation. It's like, anyway, it's just, I can't talk about it. This is not pretty. Actually, this is the version I cleaned up. That's funny because it's like the version that I put spaces in. Yeah, which is not officially a thing. Yeah. Just call it config. I know. I know. It's not. No. And then you have to call an interface just to even get this stuff. It's seriously, anybody who ever tells you that people who code for Google are good programmers is lying to you. I'm sorry. I've been ranting. I've been saying horrible things all day, but it's because this is personally impacting my life. This shit code is personally impacting my life, and that bothers me. There's not enough vodka. I've already had 2 glasses of vodka. It's still not helping. Yeah. No, it's not Java. It's Go code written by Java programmers who don't know shit about Go. Nope. File returns the path of the authoritative Kubernetes configuration file. So, I'm just gonna have to make a call because I'm done with this. I'm done with this. So this is what I'm gonna do. I am gonna return if there is a file at all, right? If there is a file that exists at the first file path location, that is the file that I am gonna return, and that's the file that I'm gonna use from that point on. And if that file doesn't exist, then I'll skip and I'll go to the next file, right? So deferred loading the client, that's a whole new sentence. Oh, I know it is. Somebody thought that was a good idea. They thought that was a really great idea for a name. That is not my name, by the way. I almost don't want to call this code because then people think that I'm like condoning the use of that shitty code, which I am absolutely not. But whatever. So anyway, let's actually do something useful instead of complain. So what I'm going to do now is I have to do the logic for this. So the first thing we need to do is do we have an environment variable, right? Do we have, actually, let's just do that. That's actually super easy. You don't even have to check for existence. People do that all the time. It's totally stupid. So you can say, do I have path equals os.get env kubeconfig. All right, if we have a kubeconfig, So if the length, and this is returns just a string. So if the length, so if a path does not equal empty string, then we need to split it, right? And we're going to need to split. There's actually a way to do that. We want the we want to get the first one off here. So first, let's see main, I guess. Was it split path? I think it's split path. I can't remember. Golang split path. The net extensions enterprise level commenting. Yes. There's a path that splits based on the separator. And we have to use that. Split path. Splits the path immediately following the final slash. In a directory and following component. No slash the path. That's not what we want. We want file path split, actually. Yes. Go doc. Split. Dir file name. Split list. Split list. It splits the list of paths joined by the OS specific list separator. That's important because on Windows it's a colon. Usually found in path or go path environment variables. Unlike strings.split, split list returns an empty slice when passed an empty string. Okay. That's good. All right, so split list. Split list path. So if length of list greater than 0, return list 0. All right, so that's the first item. We can actually test that right now. Okay, so if we don't have that, then we just want to give them the directory by default. Right. So we want to do the home directory. Actually, this dir we can change this. The dir, we can chop the dir off if we do that. So let's do that. Let's say equals home, and then so all we want here is we want the we want to join kube to home and then kubeconfig, and that will be the default. All right, so the string, the dir actually is what, because we have more logic in here now, it's actually makes more sense to grab the file and then chop the file off, because we don't know, right? So we'll say file equals I could just say what's that dir name? Is it strings dir name or path dir name? I don't remember. Oopsie. I screwed that up. File path, directory name. Is it dir name or dir? I can't remember. Is it base name? I should just look it up. Go doc file path. From slash glob is join match rel split. Base. All your base. All your base are belong to us. Last element. Uh-oh, we don't want base. We want that other one. We don't want base. Oh, dir. Of course we want dir. Is it just dir? Seriously? This whole time? God, how can I not remember that? don't even have to have more thing. File path derp of file. Boom, yeah. All right, let's make some test code for this. Should we do a split? You guys want to do ENTR? How many of you know ENTR? Raise your hand, especially if you're just coming over here from somebody else. Buttery biscuit base. Oh. All your base. I know, I'm more like old school. ENTR. ENTR is your friend. Bash-c, clear the screen, and then run the test cases. Move this directory down. If there's any change to any Go file, I mean, this has to be a list of Go files. So find dot name dot go. Notice file or something. Notice file directory. Oh, that's an actual error. Base. Wait, do I have some base in there somewhere? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Oh, wait. I said base instead of bash. I got base on the brain. I got base on the brain. Oh, a split list. Bullshit. I just used it. Is it 21 or something? Oh, it's file path. There you go. Oh, damn. Hey, look, it worked. Like, it like really worked. Yeah, look. Wow. Wow. It's like, it worketh. It worketh. Wow, that's kind of fun, actually. All right, let me add another test case for the one thing we just did. I'm going to add some more functional examples. Example file. We want the output of the file to be, so this is one we can actually modify. So temp sum config. So if we set that, so if we do os.setInv, now we have to, whenever you set an environment variable in a test case, you gotta be careful because you have to unset it before you leave the test case. Otherwise it'll be there for the next one. Because it's container attachment issues and couldn't establish a healthy pod. That's funny. I kind of need that in my popcorn. I'm sorry I'm crunching in your ear, but. All right, so example, OS. What am I trying to do here? I don't even know. I don't know what I'm trying to do. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to do kubeconf. Kubeconf file. Right? So file equals that. Oh, we're going to set environment variable. Set env. I'm going to set kubeconfig to temp sum config colon some other, right? And actually, to tell you the truth, we need to set we really have to do this right? So we have to say this. We have to say path equals file path. This is so stupid. I have to do this. Join temp sum config, right? I mean, strictly speaking, that's not even the actual path. So you could say 1 and 2. I mean, if you're going to do this right, this is the proper way to do it. So we're going to join temp. So slash. God, I don't even know. I don't give a shit. I'm going to do it just for Linux only. But the point is that if you're on a Windows machine, that is not correct, right? So that would be a failed test. So if we're gonna do, if we're on a Windows machine, now it just so happens that Go does the right thing with slashes. It actually fixes them when you're dealing with paths. But yeah, you would want something like this, because it would actually not even be a join path. It would be a join go doc file path. People don't do this shit. They just throw it out there. They don't give a shit. It's join. We want to do like join path though. I have to go find it. File path join will join it with a slash, and we actually don't want that. So I can't remember which one is the right one. Join is a path elements into a single path, separating them with slashes. Empty elements are ignored. There's those cleans. File path does the same thing, but we actually want to create a path, like a system path, which either has semicolons if it's Windows or colons if it's if it's Linux, Unix, and that uses a specific OS separator. There's a number of file paths on the single path, separating them with the OS specific separator element are ignored. The result is clean. But see, we're missing something here, because there's something besides file path, the separator. See the path separator? There's another separator that is not the separator. It's defined as the OS something. Yeah, go dog OS. It's in here somewhere. It's a constant, I'm pretty sure. It's either a constant or a variable. Here we go. Path separator. There you go. Colon slash, because I'm on Unix and Linux. But there's another separator that is not being shown right now, which is the semicolon. Yeah. Is path separator. What is that? I can't remember how to do this. There's a path separator in Golang. Cross-platform. It's not from slash. That's not it. That is definitely not it. Join. That is also not it. That's fine for file paths, but that's not what we're looking for. And the first directory path and go. This is all file. No, we don't want any of this. We don't want this. We want it to use. I know it's there because I found it before. There's something besides path separator. It's not the path separator. I know this because, I mean, we could go through the client command go code. It's not the path separator. It's something else. Because it's not, so Go uses semicolon on Windows. So if someone's using kubectl on Windows and they put a semicolon in their path, which they would, it's not going to work. I'll just put a path in directory, file name, and go. This is probably closer to the truth. File path split. That's not what we want. Nope, that's not it. Join, return, blah. Golang path and file path examples. God, why is it? I wish this is in my Zettelkasten. And it might be actually. Go major version path syncing. You do some path and go path templates. No. Better path management with path append. No. What? When did I write that? I don't think this is exactly true. I've used RulePath before. Holy shit! Just earlier today I was saying I never used it. I lied. There it is. Any path patch, subpath, nothing distinguished built-ins. Yeah, I don't have anything. This is very esoteric Go stuff that nobody knows. But there's actually a way to separate stuff using the semicolon. Field separator. Is that it? What's it called in Windows? What does Windows call it? You guys remember? PowerShell. NV path. All right, so how do I split that? I have PowerShell. Buttery based biscuit. I don't know what that is. Splitting Windows system path environment variable with Golang. I guarantee you people do this wrong all the time. Path.dir. It's not what they want. I'm telling you. Function split base. Split path and OS path on separator. That's what we want. That's what we want. Split list my path. This is wrong. This is fucking wrong. Actually, it might not be because split list actually sees the thing. But how do you do the reverse of that? How do you join it? I guess we don't need to. I think we could just do split lists. Holy shit. I think that's it. Go dot file path dot split list. Yep. Split list splits the string based on the OS specific list separator. List separator. That's it. Damn it. Go doc OS dot list separator. That's why I kept missing it. Separator. Separator. Golang list separator. File path. What's it called? What's it called? Path list separator in the Go language. Yep. Go doc. Let's see. os.path. My wife just got home. List separator. That's it. That's what I wanted. There it is. There's the constant right there. So, but yeah, that was what I wanted. All right, so we should probably do. I don't know if there's a join pathless separator. It makes me think that there's like a list join. I'm guessing no though. You know what I mean? Os.join. Is there like a join? I guess not. I guess we just have to do a regular old strings.join and then pass it in. I'm guessing that's what we have to do. There's nothing fancier for us. I mean, that's fine. All right, so we have to do this. We have to say strings.join. And we're going to say, I want to join this. We need to give it a, I don't remember the syntax there.
Oh, the popcorn came.
You want some? Oh, it's good. You want some?
Is it?
Yeah, it's the blue corn.
Sharing with me because Otto's gonna share the rice, so I don't have to cook.
Oh wow, good.
Oh my god.
I know, good. We have Amish popcorn. We got Amish popcorn today, everybody.
I did good.
Very good.
It's a lot too, isn't it? It's like
Hi, wifey. They said.
Hi. Did you try it, Otto? No. It's really good.
No. It's really good.
Makes me want to watch a movie and eat popcorn.
I know you should. You should take it because I can't eat it all.
Oh well, you eat what you can.
I'm still working here. I'll be there in a bit. We're doing some nasty things. It's Amish popcorn. It's literally Amish popcorn. It's like Amish popcorn. Yep. All right, so we just need a regular strings join. I don't remember how. Is it string join or strings join? Anybody know? I think it's strings. There we go. We need a string list and then a separator. Yeah. So we're going to make a strings list here. And we'll make our separator is os dot. What was it called? List something separator. Pathless separator. Damn. Path separator. Oh, right. It's a big ass thing. Yeah. Damn, did we break something? I think we broke something. Are you still there? Yeah, I broke something. I did. I don't know what I broke, but it took forever for the thing to come back. Cannot use that specific type rune constant 58. Are you fucking kidding me? Now I can. Public card not used. Line 13. All right. So what exactly are we doing here? Wouldn't you like to know? So we're trying to make it so that it looks up the right file. So the kubeconfig file should be, in this case, temp config sum, right? And we should print that. fmt println. And that should pass. And it did. It passed. Nice. Okay, so these are other errors that are failing now. Now, the reason this is failing, by the way, is because we're taking over the kubeconfig up here. So we need to defer. This is something a lot of testers in Go don't know. So make sure you do this if you're going to do this. You got to defer it. You got to defer setting it back to whatever it was. So you need to do like was previous was os.getEnv is 6 time, but whatever. And then you need to defer. You need to do a defer. os.setEnv previous. Otherwise, it'll knock it out of. And this will run when the function exits. So that'll take care of you. It's still trying to think right now. Hopefully it's not thinking too hard. Yeah, that was kind of unhappy. Not for arguments to call setEnv. Oh, really? Oh, right. Previous cube. There, that should do it. I mean, it should do it. Hey, look at that. No test files. Oh, wait. Let's go in and turn. No wonder it's doing so many. Let's go in here. It'll be better. It'll only do the one that's here. All right. So this thing is doing what it's supposed to. Comment this out for now so I can see my test. So we got an okay on this. Example file. So we could say multiple many, and this, believe it or not, is underscores in cube, because this will become a sentence in the example output. You can't tell until you actually view the examples from the Go docs, but that is actually what you want to name it. I know it seems like a long name, but that becomes an actual sentence. 10th anniversary. Oh, that was nice. Thank you. So, what do we got here? I definitely broke something again. Why do I keep breaking stuff? I think it's this find command, actually. Yeah. Let's just check if this changes. I mean, yeah. All right, so that's all good. Yaf. To grab this function, we're going to make a copy. We need to do single in kubeconfig. Should be the same exact output. Yeah, we need to do, for this we need to do, well, we just need to do this. And this test might not work on Windows, but who gives a shit? It should work, actually. All right, so that worked. And the last test is no kubeconfig, and we want to get the home directory. If that works, we're done. And then the load is fine. No kubeconfig. So for this thing, we're gonna save the previous kubeconfig, and then we're gonna delete it. Yep. And then we're gonna delete it. Uh-oh. I think it's RM. I don't remember. I don't. going to be set to be unset. Unset it is. All right. Unset env. So that's going to make it. Uh-oh. It found kubeconfig. That's what we wanted to define, right? So we wanted to find the home directory. So I was kubeconfig file. Right file. Actually, what we should do is this. We should say println that the file equals file path.join home comma os.user home dir home. I mean, it's funny because I just wrote the code for the whole thing right here. Just to write the test. Good old test cases. You end up writing more code than the actual code. So they got true. So this is now true. So now we have our test case. And the next step is quite simply to do the loading. So we're doing the loading properly. Dir is the right thing. I mean, I suspect that, I mean, we really don't need to write test. If we were going to do full coverage, we should, but I really don't care about full coverage. People get really anal about that, but I don't. Dir file path, dir file. It's just, yeah. Okay, fine. I'll do it. I'll do one test case. How about that? I'll do one test case. Just to get coverage. Output /temp. So let's do this one. All right. Happy Solstice. Is that today? You know, my dog is named that. Her name used to be Solstice. We changed her name to Samadhi, but she used to be named Solstice. That's when we found her. Or when we rescued her, I should say. FMT println kubeconfig. Please be right. Temp sum. Oh. All right. That's fine. Yay. All right. And then our load example actually works. So that we can leave that alone for now.
Excuse me.
Yay. And what now? So now we have our test case for this. So the cool thing about this is we're actually loading the config file as, you know, God intended, God being the horrible Go programmers who wrote kubectl. But you know, we're doing the right thing. And that's all we can do there. That's going to probably be the end of what I'm doing today. So, there's a bunch of other code that's going to change based on that. So, for example, well, no, frankly, it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same. In fact, we should probably be able to compile without a change. Because that we didn't really change anything. We just added support for kubeconfig. That's really all we did. So go install. Let's see if it actually works. If this works, then kubectl-login will still work. Yeah. Yeah, and it still is looking at that particular config file. So that makes me think that is it still looking at the right thing? Cluster dev prod inf. Okay, so yeah, so that is there. All right, let's try this though. This is what wasn't supported. All right, so what wasn't supported is this. If I were to do kubectl-config equals temp config temp blah, and then we do get nodes, it's gonna be like, I don't know what to tell you. There's nothing there. There's no config. And so then we can say, see, it's doing the right thing though. We want to do the right thing. So now we can do k-login, and it should find the same file. And oops. And then password. Okay, so you see what it did? It actually worked. It worked, and it made a different file. And so now get nodes should get that node. Why is it having trouble getting nodes from there? Templa. Certificate authority. Oh, I know why. Never mind. What am I talking about? We're not on the remote host, so it's got IP problems. It can't get to it, but it's doing everything properly. So that's all good. It got the token right. It's all set to go. It just has network problems because it's on the wrong subnet. But how Discord handles the trillions of messages. Is that the one that talks about Erlang and Rust? Yeah. Erlang is the right way to do that. That's what Ericsson invented it for. Anybody using anything else is doing it wrong, in my opinion. So that's working. So that means we have full kubeconfig support is in the house now. That's a good point to stop. I'm still going to need to compile this, but that's actually a really good point to stop. Let's actually do a git add -p. So stage just sunk. God, look at all that's all extra stuff that got added because of client go. But it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's bad, but it's not. Well, I guess it is bad. Never mind. Take it back. We added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 packages just by loading a client go. Whatever. Yeah, we need to change the marshalling too on the other one. So internal. Wait, get grep JSON. I have. Where's my other JSON stuff? Internal kubeconf context, and we're gonna actually change the context to. Oh, I know what the problem is. We're not loading the other config file anymore. That's what we have to start doing. Okay, yeah, I realize what we have to do now. We're gonna have to switch over the context. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna drop context altogether because now we have a config file. Now I have all that. Context to get the context, I don't need that anymore. Because I can just load the whole entire file and just go right to it, right? So let me give you a sense of that. So if I go to internal and kubeconfig, now that I'm loading the file as God intended, shall we say? Wasm plus go. I think Wasm plus go is going to be pretty damn fun. Yeah, I do. I'm not really into Wasm that much. But I don't do a lot of web development, but I think it's cool. I think the idea of it is cool. I think the idea of Wasm period is cool. C, Ruby, I'm sorry, not Ruby, Rust, Go and stuff. KubeConf. What I'm trying to say is this. So we can go ahead and load this entire configuration with respect to the kubeconfig file. And we can just grab out the contexts, right? So we should be able to do something like this. fnt println, and we should be able to do kconf context. Actually, I think it's dot contexts. Actually, it might be auth info. I don't know. Oh, we have it. Damn, look at that. We actually have it. Referenceable. Seriously, the people who wrote this, what are they on? There we go. So it did it. It just didn't convert it to JSON. I need to convert that to JSON. It's like not that hard, but you want to convert it to JSON? Byte error byte me equals context equals JSON Marshall indent yeah, FFG println string byte. Now you get something prettier. See? There's my pretty context. Damn, look at that. Location of origin. That's new. Okay, I'm kind of glad I did this. Because there's data that wasn't in the other one. So, okay, I think it's worth it. All the pain and suffering and screaming has been worth it. Because this, if you combine all the things, the location of origin is like that is useful. That is definitely useful. Because then when you go to write it out, you know where you're going to write it out to. You know what I mean? In fact, this should probably change. No, this is definitely going to change. This is going to definitely change how we write this. Because right now, yeah, I'm so glad we did this now. Because right now, when I like do these file modifications and stuff, it doesn't say what file to change. It just does it based on the rules for the specific file or whatever, right? But strictly speaking, if we load the entire configuration and then we kind of go through this exercise of like saving things, what we should really be doing is for each of the kubectl write commands, we should be passing the file to change as a kubeconfig for that specific execution so that it changes the right file. And that is a big deal. That's a big deal because that would be doing the right thing. I doubt seriously that anybody else on the internet is doing that, but that is definitely the right thing to do. The right thing would be, right now when somebody runs this program, if they run kubeconfig, the first thing is going to be used, right? But let's say they have a kubeconfig that's got like 5 files in it. And the third file is the one that's got their prod information in it. And so when they want a kubectl upgrade, they need to update the one that has the prod instance in it, right? So what we would do is we would look up the config file. We would say what file is prod in, and that file would then be the file that we specifically created for our kubectl config to do our writes, and it would modify exactly the right file. That is how it should be done. If we do it properly, that is the only way to do it properly. Because if you don't do that and you just assume that you're going to change kubeconfig, you're going to blow something away that's already there. So that is super big. That's a super big deal. And it makes me even more motivated to actually do the right thing in this program, because kubectl-login does not do this. No, the kubectl-login program that everybody raves about does not do any of that. It doesn't have any idea about multi-config file configurations for the end user. It doesn't respect any of that. So this could be like a standard tool for that kind of thing, and actually do the right thing. So I'm definitely gonna do that. That's a thing though. I'm gonna add an issue to this so I don't forget about it. Blow up. See the duplicate context names. We don't have to blow up now anymore. No, you know why? Because this program will blow up for us. Actually, Yeah, in fact, I need to prove that. I'm going to prove that for just a second. If I try to run kubeconfig test and I try to load two different configuration files that have the same data in them, it should blow up, right? So let's actually do that right now. So I have temp conf1 is, oops. All right, let's do this. Let's say, where's my conf1? Conf1, where are you? No conf1? Oh, damn. Oh, he was here. Nope. I'm going to have to do that command line again, damn it. Maybe here. Yep. I could definitely fix my thing so it writes on each host, but I don't want to do that. There's reasons not to do that. I could fix my prompt command so that it updates my history on every shell has the same history, but sometimes that's really annoying. It's more annoying than than having to look for the one that's got the right one, the right history in it for the session until it gets saved. Anyway, so kubeconfig. What we're trying to do, okay, so kubeconfig was temp conf1, temp conf2, kconfig set cluster prod server equals prod dot home dot rbx gg colon 6443. Okay, get pods. Nope. K config view. K config view. Show JSON dash o JSON JQ dot context. So there's that. That's interesting because that. Oh wait. Oh, God damn it. It equals temp conf1, temp conf2. So there we go. That's very interesting. Okay, so that was just clusters. So we added a cluster, and that got added to config 1, right? Conf 1, because we had a file. Or not. I don't know. What the hell? No, because 1 doesn't have anything in it. Shit. That's right. Ugh, I don't care. We're going to keep that. There. Now it'll work. All right, so now we have 2. If I do 2 and I say prod 2 and I say view, we're still going to get prod because it's 1, right? So that's what we want. But the question now is, when I run the loader and I have conflicting name data, is it going to blow up? So let's try that. So you can't have 2 clusters with the same name. We're going to try to add it right now. We're going to try to break it. So we're going to try to say server prod, because technically if you did that, it just overrides the one that's there. If you're using the command, you can't do this. But if you screw the file up directly, which you can do, right? You could say that this should not be allowed, right? So we actually want to blow up the program. So like if I try to do view, it'll blow up. It'll say, sorry, your config files are fucked up. Go screw it up. Go fix it. It doesn't even give you really good information on that, but it says go fix it. But the reason I'm doing this is because when I run a Go test, this should also blow up. Assuming it's looking at the same stuff. So this is just trying to load anything. So I am going to try to run the test case with the same configuration variables. So that would be Go test. This should blow up. And we got an empty array. Wow. Oh no, it blew up. It blew up. It just didn't tell us what the error was. Yep. Oh no. It didn't. Oh, this one. This is the one right here. So I was ignoring the error, dummy. Println error. Why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long? It must be a huge fucking stack trace. Nope. Wow. I don't know what to say about that. That should have given us more data. The only thing I can think about that is that somehow our environment variables got unset, I think. Dependencies, it may be, yeah, who knows. God, I hope not. Go test, run, load. I only want to run load. Invalid regex. All right, fine. Huh. It didn't blow up. It should have blown up. That should definitely have blown up. That's concerning. Oh, I think I know why. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because we're always loading the file according to our rules instead of their internal rules. Because the internal rules are not exposed. That reminds me. They do not expose the internal rules for how to resolve a file. Yeah, they don't. I wish they did. Migration rules is a map of destination files and source files. Do not resolve paths indicates whether or not to resolve paths with respect to the originating file. That a default object that doesn't set this will usually get the behavior it wants. Default the client config is an optional field indicating what rules to use to calculate a default. This should match overriding prior to the client config loader. Indicates whether the config file is pointed by kubectl environment variable. Indicates whether the configuration files pointed to are there or not. Damn. Why did I exit? I didn't mean to. Oh, God damn it. Do. Let's see. Wait, did that wrap? Why did it navigate but didn't go? Oh, okay. Variable or present or not. This phase negative. Indicates whether the config files point to the configure or miss. Gets the missing files. In the case of missing files, it warns the user about missing files. Client config loading rules explicit path and string slice of specific locations that are used for merging together a config. Callers but put the chain together however they want, but we'd recommend env var env var path files is set. A list of files if set, or the home directory path. That's what we have right now. Explicit path is special because if a user requests a certain file be used, the error is reported and this file is not present. Wait. We'd recommend env var path files. Env var path files if set. A list of files if set, or the home directory path. Ooh, damn. Actually, that's cool. Because then I actually don't even need to use the file thing anymore. I mean, I need to use it to get the main one, but I don't need it because if I'm calling the config file, I know where the files are because it tells where the file came from. Env var path files. Let's go see if we can find that. Yeah, I need to find that. Env var path files. env var path files. Explicit path precedence. We need to find that. All right, go doc. Oh God, what the hell is this thing? You know how hard it is to look the docs up on this? Is an explicit path. Config client loading rules and string slice of specific information. But we recommend if set or the home directory path. I don't see those possibilities. This is the shittiest documentation ever. Or not to resolve paths with respect to the original file that a default object is an optional field indicating what rules to use to calculate a default. This should match the override past the client config. Default client config. Client config loading rules. I gotta search for something graphically on this. I normally don't do this, but client config loading rules. Piece of shit. Client config new default loading rules. If you want to change the loading rules, which files and which over, you can do so here. If you want to change override values or bind them to flags, there are methods to help you. I mean, it would appear that the default is not good enough because it doesn't find it. So, merging everything, no conflicts. Merging some with conflicts, no merging on explicit paths. Create temp, OS remove. Env file dot name. Inline file. Loading rules, client config loading rules. Precedence. String. env file name. Do I have to load the environment variable loading rules? Oh my god. Looks like I do. Runtime and code. Oh my god. JSON, YAML, JSON output. This is so bad. No merging explicit paths. Explicit path, command line, file name path. Where are they getting that from? env var file. What the hell is that? Environment variable file. I don't. I mean, are they suggesting that we write out the environment variable? Oh, I know what they're doing. Yeah, they're doing. Wow. So they're forcing a name of an environment. That is so stupid. That's not even how environment variables work. They're not written to a file. That's just people who've been fucking around with .env files their whole life. Unexpected error. This is just ridiculous. So, loading rules that load. What I'm trying to get to now is like the perfect set of loading rules. And so I thought that it was that those rules were implicit. There was like a preset list of client config loading rules that were already set to do all the environment variables. It would split the environment variables into files, look at those files, and then look at home directory if it was there. And I think we still have to make it. I'm pretty sure we have to make it. We need to find whatever the hell this is, a client config loading rules. That is a type of a client config loading rules. We need to find something that returns a client config loading rules so we can see if there's a function already that returns what we want. I mean, it's possible. Look at this big ass horrible thing. Modify config. Client config loading rules. Client config loading rules. Okay, so new default client config loading rules. What is this? Implements config access. Get default file name. Get loading precedence. They made accessors because they're Java people. Is default config. Config rest blah blah blah. Result pass. There should have been returns the client config loading rules object with default fields filled in. You are not required to use this constructor. New default client config loading rules. Okay, so we know for a fact that the loading rules do not look for kubeconfig environment variable because I just tested it. It doesn't work. So there's a problem there. Get default file name. So get loading precedent. This is all stuff that's supposed to be preloaded. Wait, what's this? Get starting config. What the hell is that? Considering config implements config access. Okay, whatever the fuck. It's so bad, man. It's got to be the worst code I've ever seen in Go. Wait, I have to go look up the interface just to see the documentation on this stupid method. New. It's not Go, it's the problem. It's stupid ass programmers. New non-interactive client config. New interactive deferred loading client config. I think the interactive one is the one that gives you the errors, but it doesn't tell you. There's no way to know. Creates a client config using the past context name and the fallback auth reader. So some of this stuff is reading authentication from other stuff. That's probably why this stuff is all so hairy. It's not meant to be in kubeconfig. It's just part of a bunch of other stuff. New non-interactive client config. I think that's the one we're using. New non-interactive client deferred loading client config. Why is it deferred loading? It creates a using the past context name. Using the past context name and does not have a fallback reader for auth information. New auth interactive deferred client. Client config getter. I mean, there's absolutely no documentation on any of this shit. And there should be because it sucks. If the return config matches the defaults. What are the defaults? It doesn't even say. Precedence, it doesn't document the most important fields. Precedence and explicit path are used all over the place and there's no docs on them. Oh, believe me, it's really bad. This entire library is so bad. It's so disastrously bad. And yet this is the core software behind kubectl for everything. Cluster override flags. That's interesting. Recommended cluster override flags, config access, get file name, explicit file name. Get starting precedence. What is bothering me is they didn't implement the default behavior of kubectl. So I could probably go look at the kubectl source code and see and cut and paste the rules that they used. That would probably be the safest thing to do. Because they set their own precedents, obviously, right? And their precedent rule says this. Go through everything that's delimited in the kubeconfig file, and the last, if any of the other files are empty, keep skipping them until you get another file, even if there is a file, and then add it to the one that exists. Otherwise, return the first item in the kubeconfig list. Otherwise, if there's no kubeconfig, send the default home environment.kube/config file as the path and parse that. And we know how kubectl behaves from a lot of like trial and error, but reproducing that source code is impossible because we don't know. There are apparently loading rules that you can configure. So like what I want to know is if they've already got a set of default rules that have already been written so that I don't have to actually go write the precedence rules. Because I could actually write the precedence rules that say, if we have an environment variable, then chop it up and put that into your precedence, set that as a precedence in the config client. I know how their API works now. If I wanted to do that, instead of saying explicit path here, what I should be saying instead is I should be establishing the precedent. And in order to establish the precedent of files, I actually have to do the inspection of the environment variable and all that other stuff. And if I do that, then I don't have to do these at all. These other things that are doing, these are implementing those rules. In that case, I can actually just use the standard library that comes with, command client or client CMD, and I can load the specific config files. I can load the specific config files, and those things come. This is what's so cool about this, is they now come with, once I do that, they come with information about what file it came from. So I can use that to reverse associate. So go test. It's going to take a long time. But what I wanted to show you, see here, this was actually a bonus I wasn't expecting on. So location of origin apparently is part of the structure of a config file entry. So whatever this is, right? I can't even tell you what the structs are, but it's this is the map that gets created that has, in this case, I suspect that this is, it's cluster. Oh, no, these are contexts. Okay, so these are contexts. So these are contexts, and it's like, okay, where is that context maintained? That context is in here. So that means that this dev is pointing to this. So even though the context is unique and you can't have two contexts blow away each other, I don't think you can actually. That's another thing I want to do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you have two conflicts and separate files with the same name, it'll blow up. But I don't know that. I'm getting kind of tired of chasing this shit down because it's so unnecessary. It's completely over-engineered. There's no valid reason to do any of this shit. They should have just made it a single file and called it a day. But they made it so that you could load your configuration off of like remote systems and shit like that and manage them from separate applications, and that's what fucked everything up. That's where everything went totally south. So it's completely, and I mean, it's just a fucking kubectl-login tool, and it's so bad. It's just so bad. I'm sorry, I'm being so negative. I just can't help it. I'm trying to find that file. Of course, I've deleted it again, I'm sure. Where is it? Oh, here we go. So, config. There we go. So, config sec cluster, whatever. If I... There, see that? You can't do it because there's two. There's already two there. Yep. That's what I was trying to show. So it'll blow up, right? And so if I want to recreate that behavior, I have to also blow up. So there's two clusters that have prod. There's a temp conf 1 and there's a conf 2. And those are both valid in my kubeconfig file until I try to run it. And then it's like, oh, no, you don't. And because I already have a prod here, right? So, and then of course you can't put two in a single file either. That's what this is. So if I get rid of this file will be fine, but the error will still be there. Oh man, see, that is so fucking dangerous. That let me change a unique identified prod cluster that is in both configuration files and is now incorrect in one from the other one. So depending on whether the path comes before the other one, you want prod to take precedence. So they're trying to treat it like a binary path, like that kind of thing. So that means that prod is going to win because it's first. I don't even know if it changed the right one. I don't know. Let's check. It should have changed the first one. If it didn't, I'm going to be so pissed. Okay, it changed the first one, so that's good. Temp conf2. That's not changed, right? So that's just really fucked up, because if you're setting stuff, you can actually change it and have two. As long as you have separate files, you can have identical content identifiers. So the primary key in this case, if you will, is file name plus type plus identifier. But if you have the same identifiers in a single file, it won't run. It'll blow up. So it'll blow up. So if I have the same identifiers and I have something else here, I can't even run it. It's like, nope, it won't do anything. It won't do anything until I fix my config files. It appears to be written and going. Yeah. So that is important to know. So that what that means is, I mean, I'm kind of okay with that, because the idea of that is that you would have multiple config files, and all of a sudden you'd want one config file to take precedence over another one. So you might temporarily want to put that config file in front of your other ones so that duplicate reference IDs, context, authentication, all that stuff would be taken over. The thing that's really fucking weird about that is that you can have a context in one file down the path, right? You can have an authentication method that came from another kubeconfig file after in precedence, and you can have a cluster that's got different data in a kubeconfig file that comes in front of the path. And the cluster itself will be resolved with the one in front, even though the context that may be used that uses that same cluster with that identifier is in a separate file that is designed to use the one from that file, and you've just overridden its reference to that cluster. There's like so many ways you could hack this. So because what you could do, you could put, usually if you're going to put a kubeconfig file in front of another one, you have a cluster, you have a combination of a cluster, a user, which is auth info, and a context. You want all of that stuff in there, right? But what this allows you to do is to have any one of those pieces broken out and separate in a file that comes higher in precedence that will still be resolved. It's like having relative primary keys that you can swap in. Because if you go to the, if you were to load the context up and it loads the prod cluster like I just did, right? It will go get the information from the prod cluster in the first file, but it'll get the authentication information and the context from the second file. Even though the second file also has an identical identifier for the cluster in it. It is so fucked up. I cannot even state how fucked up this is. The takeaway of this is, and this has taken me many, many hours to say, because I definitely want to do the right thing and look for the right thing and all of that. But the takeaway of this is, don't use kubeconfig paths. It's an anti-pattern. It's an anti-pattern. Super fucking dangerous. It's a major anti-pattern. It's going to confuse the hell out of you. If you try to put another config file in front and you screw it up because you don't have authentication information in that file, hear me out on this. So let's say that you set up a login or something like that, right? And you've got a kubeconfig file ahead, and you try to do set credential, right, for a given user. That is not going to change the authentication information in the config file that's got the cluster CA in it. It's going to change the information in the secondary file because you left it out and you forgot it. And I guarantee you that is what people would do, because they're not going to remember to bring them all together. It's just a pain. It's a pain in the butt, man. God, there's just so many problems with this. Because I can think of a scenario where if somebody didn't manage these things properly, you could fuck with a kubeconfig and get it to skip TLS validation and do a man in the middle attack, and they would never know because you stuck something in front of their config file in their kubeconfig. In fact, I'm kind of concocting a very evil plan that you could use an attack against a Kubernetes cluster. A system administrator who is overworked and has tons of config files and keeps a bunch of like separate kubeconfig files as opposed to a single one, but they try to manage it because every cluster has their own kubeconfig file, so they put it in a single space, and he thinks he's smart, so he tries to combine them all into a single kubeconfig in his environment variable, right? If you get control of that kubeconfig environment variable, you can wreak like total havoc on that user just as badly, if not more so, than you could if you could get to the path of a system of an end user. The same reason that you never, ever, ever, ever put / in your path. Because if you're on a multi-user system and the user comes and says, hey, can you come help me with this thing? And you went, yeah, I forgot my password. And you type password ever, and they put a password binary in the path of the local root. Now that's resolving. You're running their password binary, and they're Trojaning you, and they save off your root password to do the sudo. I mean, it's not a thing that people do these days because they're not multi-user systems. But the idea is the same. You could take over. You could take over the kubeconfig environment variable, and you could do path injection attack, and you could put another kubeconfig in there that has either different credentials, a different fucking API server, which could then harvest the access tokens which are in a separate credential space. Do you see what I'm saying here? If I can own your kubeconfig and you don't know it, if I can own your kubeconfig and you have no idea I've done this, I can take over your cluster section and I can set all of your stuff to go to my cluster. And the credentials, the tokens and stuff that have been saved. So in my case, I am saving off an access token and that gets passed out, and that's in the credentials area. So I could take over what your destination is and basically do a DNS injection, take over the API server temporarily, and you would type in your information, and I could harvest your token for the day. I could get full access to your fucking cluster as an admin with root. If people don't know about this, they're going to do this because there's so much mess surrounding the problems with kubeconfig. It's like such a clusterfuck of like, it really is a clusterfuck. You want to fuck your cluster? Mess with kubeconfig. If you're putting kubeconfig besides just a single config and you're doing it on occasion, you don't do that regularly, you should always do that, because otherwise you're gonna. I mean, it's terrifying though, because even if you do the right thing, if you've been hacked and you don't even know, right? So you want to get escalated permissions to enterprise Kubernetes cluster as the root admin, as the cluster admin. That's how you do it. That's exactly how you do it. You get access to the user's account. So that's step one, right? You get access to the end user admin's account, in which case you could probably log into anything that have access to, right? But you might want to leave a Trojan around or something like that, right? So what you would do is you drop something that inadvertently, it's not as nefarious, they're not going to notice it as easily, and you have it sniff. If you got access, you're gonna write a keylogger. You can send it to wherever you want. So fuck that. But it's just another way to go to it, because you could basically trick their Kubernetes authentication to send access tokens which are live and real and valid for 24 hours or longer, and you can have it send those access tokens to the harvester. And every single thing that people say about grant token type being owner resource token flow being like deprecated and bad because the binaries are gonna be hacked and they're gonna give over control to everybody and all this stuff, right? That's the entire 2.1 reason that they dropped owner resource flow. The entire reason they dropped that was because they didn't want to have binaries handing out credential information and harvesting stuff from people. But the default shit inside of the way CTL handles kubeconfig makes it already extremely vulnerable to hack, because you can fuck with the credentials just like I did it all day. The proper way to do this is to run it so that there's only one authoritative file. That's it. Period. End of sentence. There should never be any other files that you're fucking around with, and that way nobody can take it over. In fact, I have just convinced myself that I could give a shit about managing all these kubeconfig things. I am going to hard code into our login script that your kubectl will only modify and will only work with that single file, and it's not even going to observe kubeconfig. I'm gonna drop that because I don't want to support that. I don't want to support that. I want my code to break if a user tries to use it. If a user tries to set up a complex kubeconfig environment variable, I want it to fucking break. If they want to log into a different cluster set, then they need to move that file to the proper location, or maybe we allow one entry in kubeconfig, period, and that's it. We don't try to do any of this other shit resolution, and I'm throwing that stuff all out. I've actually just talked myself into this. You guys might think that I'm just randomly ranting. I kind of am. But the most important thing that came out of this rant is that it is unsafe to use the standard library, client config library for kubectl, and that nobody should do it. It's a total anti-pattern. The best thing you should do is you should say, I don't care. If you have a kubeconfig, fine. You can use one thing in there, and that's it. The first thing is going to be authoritative, the end. And then if you don't have that, I'm going to look for it at the standard home directory location, and that will give end users the ability to explicitly say they want to use all of a kubeconfig, right? Frankly, I'm going to add detection of multipath kubeconfigs as being insecure, and I'm going to flag it. Yeah, I'm going to flag it. Yeah. Flag multi-file lists in kubeconfig as security flaw, as critical security flaw. I am not allowing anybody to do that with my tool. If they want to log in with my tool, they're going to have to properly manage their kubeconfig, and they're going to have to say fuck you to this shitty multipath thing that nobody even understands, and that it's just going to cause the security flaws. I'm going to turn it off. That's it for me. I'm out of here. Who should we go raid? Let's go raid somebody. Bye, YouTube.